Jungle.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, our country never ceases to shock Kenyans by reasons of revelations that are coming up with every passing day. The darkest day that happened in this country in June last year during the Gen Z-led protests against the finance bill had a lot that happened against the will and the wishes of the majority of Kenyans. One of the shocking reality of the same is lives of innocent young people that got lost in the process. Different documentations give different data on the same, but it's approximately we lost over 30 lives in those protests. Now, the painful part of it is the 3 that lost their lives in parliament buildings. The BBC has given a documentary with forensic expose on who exactly shot those that were killed, especially at the parliament buildings. Now, this is coming from the backdrop of the then Interior CS, Kithure Kindiki, the current deputy president, claiming that not every bullet can be traced to the police officer. And the president is also on record to have said the protests were genuine and they were well intended, but criminals infiltrated the protests and carried out the killings. The revelations by the BBC are saying otherwise. They are able to piece together the photographs that were taken in that moment of the shooting when hell broke loose as the young people pushed the gates and forced their way into parliament buildings. Thereafter, they were running out, having accomplished whatever they were accomplishing in terms of letting the country know that they have had it and the ruling class is not sensitive to their wishes. And so they had made their statement and they were rushing out. Now, one of the painful things that happened is that while they were running away, someone who is spotted as a KDF soldier is seen shooting one of them in a very, very painful experience. Well, this is one of the things that we'll be looking at in this great conversation. And we have all along assumed that the KDF and of all the security forces is with the people. And it exists solely for the defense of the people. What happened until they turned their gun against the very people they are supposed to protect? And in view of the latest development where the KDF boss speaks to the public and weighs into the politics of the day, banning or rather threatening that nobody should say Ruto must go, what is that telling Kenyans? Is there a message Kenyans are not picking from this conversation? The KDF boss says the slogan Ruto must go should not be used. Then, of course, on the other hand, Ruto, while in Naivasha or Nakuru, he defends the defense boss in terms of we should not drag the military into the politics. There is something going on here that Kenyans seem not to be getting, and I want us to dive deep into it. Is there a pact between William Ruto and the KDF in such a way that no matter what Kenyans say, no matter what Kenyans vote, they will keep William Ruto in office? Or what's cooking here? I invite your input, even as we speculate, judge matters. And I'm happy to be joined by Jeremani, one of our resource people here, who is going to help us piece together these things. And of course, Kenyans, to be forewarned is to be forearmed. There is something I'm seeing with the so-called opposition leadership that is not impressing me at all, because they're doing the same old coming together, taking tea, and arranging who among them is going to take on William Ruto. That is normal. That has always been there. I mean, we need to see something different. And if they continue playing like this, William Ruto will be seated in State House before they know it. Well, let's venture into this as we open up these stories and be able to analyze them properly. Please be an extension of what we are doing right here, right where you are, by sharing the link with somebody. Invite somebody. The show is on, and we're here to analyze Kenyan politics the right way. And then, of course, we are not limited to Kenyan politics. We'll also be wading into the African politics. There is the Traore, Trump, and Putney trio that seems not to be at peace anymore. I understand Traore has turned down the invitation by Trump, and he seems not to be budging. And of course, Putney and Russia have said anybody touching him is touching Russia. So we are in for great time in this moment, even as we unveil various aspects of political understanding. But most interesting and most important is the place of ordinary mwananchi in all these. Are we going to be enslaved forever? And we'll be looking at the history behind it, just to get everything balanced and well articulated. I appreciate those joining us on TikTok. Thank you so much. Let me see those likes rise, and then of course share the live, follow us, subscribe to the channel. Let's talk, let's engage, let's of course do what we must do. Our Kenyan parliament was looking into the same documentary of the BBC. Some of them were dismissal, others were telling Kenyans to accept and move on. There is no statement that cuts right into the hearts of long-suffering Kenyans, like that statement, accept and move on. We've been urged to accept and move on as back as 2007. And we have been accepting and moving on, but nothing has been changing. So when a member of parliament takes to the floor of the House and says it is okay, it is not a peculiar case for people to die in parliament or people to be shot, it breaks my heart completely. I mean, if those are the people that you call your representative and they are saying that it's okay for young people to die without a reason, simply because they are protesting on what is rightfully theirs, and members of parliament are okay with it and are asking the country to accept and move on, I'm out of words. Let's just hear them and look out what we will say.
A section of MPs allied to the Kenya Kwanza government are now demanding a probe into the BBC following the release of its documentary Blood Parliament, a hard-hitting investigation that unmasked security officers allegedly involved in the killing of protesters outside Parliament on June 25, 2024. The MPs claim that the documentary has reopened deep wounds from last year's anti-government demonstrations and is fanning public anger among young people. As Emmanuel Toh now reports, they are urging the nation to move on, insisting that such incidents are not unique to Kenya.
Is there any reason to spill blood on the grounds of Kenya's parliament?
In a swift and fiery rejoinder to the BBC's hard-hitting documentary Blood Parliament, which unmasked security officers allegedly involved in the fatal shooting of at least 3 protesters outside Parliament on June 25, 2024, a section of MPs allied to the Kenya Kwanza administration has dismissed the documentary as a targeted political attack.
But we also moved on.
Leading the charge, National Assembly Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Vice Chair Abdullahi Bashir accused the BBC of stoking public emotions, insisting Kenyans must move on, arguing that such incidents happen in democracies across the world.
It happens world over. People are killed, our people are killed, we sympathize, we moved on. Even world over.
The Mandera North MP dismissed the BBC documentary as ill-timed and incendiary, accusing it of stoking public anger, and took a swipe at local media outlets for giving it prominence.
And it touches on lack of patriotism also on our part, trying to showcase things done by a foreign media.
His Dagoretti South counterpart John Carrier also joining the fray, accusing the media house of advancing the interests of a foreign nation in Kenya.
Is BBC speaking as a mouthpiece of the government and the people of Britain? Or what is it that the BBC is doing? Could it be an attempt to untwist this country so that they can rescind on the rider that we put on their training of the Batuk units in Kenya, Mr. Speaker?
The sentiments by the Dagoretti South legislator come barely a year after he was forced to swallow his words that downplayed the intensity of the Gen Z-led demos.
Because even some of the photos that we were seeing out of the streets, I can tell you as a graphic editor that they do not belong to this country. Photos were being taken off the internet and being edited.
The MP will 4 days later retreat in surrender, claiming he made the comments in the heat of the moment. These even as Deputy Minority Whip and Suba North MP Emilio Odhiambo urged compassion for families who lost loved ones, calling for the establishment of a commission of inquiry to deliver justice and closure to victims of police brutality.
You can't stop the media. Somebody else will fuel that anger again. But I would appeal that we set up a select committee to deal with this issue.
The MPs who passed the Finance Bill 2024 against the public outcry celebrated when President William Ruto bowed to pressure, failing to assent the bill into law. Emmanuel Toh, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Mambo kama hayo, nashukuru kila mmoja kwa kujiunga nasi. Tunashukuru, naomba tafadhali tumakinike kukaribishana tunapoanza uchambuzi wetu wa masuala haya yanayotuhusu sisi. Haya, hao ndio wabunge wetu, wanasema watu wanakufa, tunakubali, tusonge mbele. Sasa mimi sielewi swala kama hili ambalo linaonyesha kwamba kuna sehemu fulani ya nchi yetu ambayo inatumika vibaya, ambayo badala ilinde maisha inaangamiza maisha. Alafu wale ambao wanapaswa kutengeneza sheria za kulinda kila mwananchi wanasema tukubali, tusahau, tusonge mbele. Alafu tena wanasema kwamba BBC ni foreign news news house, kwa hivyo ripoti yao haiwezi kuwa ya uhakika. Ninyi mtanieleza, mimi niko hapa kujifunza. Bwana Jeremani, hali vipi?
Salama sana Bernard. Hoping you're well.
Yes, I'm good. Thank you so much for making time to join us.
Thank you.
Naomba tuingilie hili swala moja kwa moja.
Sure. So I've been following the trends. I've been following the happenings with regard to this BBC, the Blood Parliament. And I like that you played the portion of the members of parliament, at least the member of parliament, saying it happens world over and we move on. Now, that's a very important point that he underscores, because it appears over the years we've been a move on nation. We have been the kind of nation that says this has happened, accept and move on. I think this is a time we are starting to see the consequences of accept and move on. It's now live with us, and everyone can now see. Well, I'm hoping, because at times I get the impression that we see it momentarily and then it disappears in the flick of an eye. But this element of us saying accept and move on is starting to become a problem. Politicians, as you have seen with the parliamentarians, have learned that we are an accept and move on kind of nation. So all they need to do is make sure whatever happens today, they circumvent, go around the event for a day or two, and Kenyans will accept and move on. The BBC has highlighted for us things that were stuck before our eyes. We all saw the shootings. We all saw who was shot. But you can imagine this happened in June 25th of 2024, and no media house, including our own social media DCI, have taken the kind of time to analyze these people were shot. Where were they shot from? It had to take BBC to open our eyes that these people were shot by escorting a uniformed officer right in front of, is it the GSU or I believe those were the GSU, the paramilitary. But BBC showed us how there were information, and one of them in front of the queue went on a squat and then fired. BBC also showed us that from another angle in Parliament, when people are running out of Parliament, someone actually went and shot directly at the people. We were always wondering, where did the shots come from? Some of us, including myself, were thinking the snipers were positioned at Bunge Towers high up there. Some of us were thinking the snipers were positioned on top of the parliament buildings. But BBC has shown us starkly that these people were right in front of our eyes, only that we didn't pay attention. Now, I don't know if you're going to now move into the next step in this conversation to ask if they were held to account, but I think it's too early. You've just given me the opportunity to come in and make commentary about the parliamentarian. So let me send it back to you, and then I'm still available to discuss.
Okay, thank you so much, Njeremani, for that good start and observation as we start the conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, karibisha mtu ili tumakinike pamoja. Hili ni swala nyeti ambalo hatuwezi kulipuuzia, na kile ambacho wabunge wanachokisema kinaudhi sana, na naomba kwamba hamaki ya Wakenya ikasimame jinsi inapaswa kusimama ili tupate haki kama Wakenya. Let's not play games with people's lives and toy around in the pretext that we must defend a particular political persuasion or political party or regime at the expense of constitutional provision. I don't have a problem the KDF or whoever participating into keeping peace and security and order. But if it is defending a regime at all cost to a level of shooting unarmed peaceful protesters, and you tell us to accept and move on, we are not moving on. This one must bring down this regime. If nothing else works, this one should work. And those attacking the messenger, address the message, not the messenger. BBC only magnified what happened. What are you saying about it? That's what we need to hear from you as a member of parliament or as a political leader. Give us what is your take on what transpired, what the KDF soldier did. If indeed he is, I understand he has been denied, has been thrown under the bus. We'll also be looking into that. Now this being called an imposter. Kenya never ceases to shock me. Wonders never cease in this country. Undumani, hali vipi? Undumani, unmute. Ehe, hapo. Tulia, wacha pupa. Let me see if I can unmute you from here. Okay, unmute. Right. Undumani ni kama pole, inaonekana Undumani ametupwa nje. Rekebisha mitambo alafu rudi Undumani. Tuangazie masuala haya kwa kina.
Maybe as Undumani is still coming in.
Yes.
Let me now make commentary about what the member of parliament for Dagoretti, is it South, John Kiaria said.
Yes.
So John Kiaria castigates the BBC for having aired the documentary, and his angle is that, are they running a campaign against the government or against the country so that they can force the arm of the government into signing or meeting some expectations regarding the Batuk? And I find that that's a diversionary tactic. Certainly everyone can see that. It's a diversionary tactic because BBC has been here. BBC has been known to be airing investigative journalism, investigative pieces. It's only that when they touch on the matters that portray the reality of what parliamentarians and the government have failed to address, is when now the parliamentarians find fault with the BBC. And I find that in a way, this, what we call the freedom of media or the media rights, are being curtailed, even in the statements of some of these parliamentarians. Because, number one, media freedom, and I shared this in another forum, that media freedom can be curtailed in three ways. Number one is the media ownership. Who owns the media? Number two is the government censorship. Censorship can be direct, or censorship can be in form of a heavy hand of the government on a particular media house. And the third one also then can be the in-house editorial policies. In this case, we're finding that media freedom is being curtailed by government, and usually that is the heaviest hand any democracy can play to curtail media freedom. Now back to John Kiarie, when he insists on the line that BBC is running an attack campaign against the government. Number one, we also want to ask the question, does he understand that there are three arms of government: judiciary, parliament or legislature, and the executive arm? And we all know that the media is the fourth estate. And it is the fourth estate because it is supposed to be the eye of the people in these various arms of government. And the BBC is doing exactly, playing its role rightfully by being the eye of the people, where the people may not have had the opportunity to have a direct entry or eye into. Now, if he is insisting on the line, and that is John Kiarie, that the BBC is running an attack campaign, then he should also be reminded that his work is to represent the people. His attack on the fourth estate, is it upholding media rights? And in my direct answer will be no. That attack is not upholding media rights. Is that attack allowing for transparency? No, it is not. And that also is another thing that he as a legislator should be reminded that he is actually curtailing media rights and media freedoms. Finally, I see that Millie Odhiambo mentioned the aspect of having a select committee. In the history of Kenya, select committees are usually the ones that spike investigations. When I say spike, I mean they kill investigations. They kill what is supposed to be a transparent pursuit of a matter in the public domain. Select committees have been known to spend time on a matter, waiting for the matter to cool off, and then present a report that is never implemented to the full extent. In the select committee that Millie Odhiambo is proposing, I believe that is a time-buying tactic, because if the select committee was an important facet to this process, then they should have conducted that select committee or starting on the 25th or the 26th of June 2024. This is almost a year later, is when that it strikes us that we need a select committee. They are too late. Now, this should also not escape the attention of the people of Kenya, that diversionary tactics are already being deployed, both by people in government and also, unfortunately, people in ODM in this instance. Back to you.
Oh, thank you, Jeremani, for that excellent overview. And it appears they have been caught flat-footed, and therefore they're trying to get a balance. And we pray that they will not succeed in covering this up like the usual stories we have had from the past when heinous crimes were committed by regimes, and then they are covered up in the name of select committees and then reports and things like that. I think Kenyans are now wiser, and we need to secure this country without necessarily, cowering or out or playing the political chess game that is we are being invited into on matters that are touchy like this one, of lives being lost, and then you tell us to accept and move on. And Kiaria and team are just jokers. Okay, I can only refer to them as jokers because BBC, like I said, stop attacking the messenger. Just respond to the message. Tell us nobody died. The way Mutua used to say when he was government spokesman, nobody has died of hunger, and people have been buried by the chief. The chief is confirming. Then he comes and says nobody has died of hunger. I think what's cooking right now can no longer be covered up. The earlier the administration owns up and ask for forgiveness, probably it may have a chance. But these ones of cover-up, twisting, denying that the KDF man was not a KDF man, is an imposter, and all that, I think that jargon is not going to work. Undumani pole, naomba tafadhali rejea. Tukirejea hivi tutakupatia nafasi yako. Inaonekana network yako kama kawaida inasumbuliwa na Museveni. Tulikuambia urafiki wako na Museveni utakuletea shida, basi ona basi chitetee urejee alafu changia. Now I want us to play another video from Parliament just to see different views on parliamentarians on this matter, and then we dive deep into understanding what should be done. And then Jeremani Fabiano hapa na nani huyu mdumize wanalia, sauti yako iko chini, so itabidi uongeze volume ama uongeze volume from both ends. But thank you very much. Let's listen further on the debate by parliamentarians on matters blood parliament. The expose by BBC now being brushed off by members of parliament as if it means nothing, and as if the lives that were lost means nothing. To me, that's very painful, and we shouldn't be having that at all.
Meanwhile, members of parliament remain divided on the BBC documentary Blood Parliament. The documentary has sparked outrage, reopened old wounds, and elicited an interesting debate in the National Assembly. Some lawmakers are accusing BBC of bias and questioning its motives, as NTV senior reporter Catherine Omwando now tells us.
As millions continue to watch BBC's Blood Parliament documentary on the internet, the matter made its way to the floor of the House.
Honourable Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of this House something of national importance that has been happening in the last 2 days. And this is a matter that has been aired on our media stations and televisions called Bloodbath Parliament.
The documentary revisits the events of June 25th, 2024, a day marked by chaos and bloodshed. But according to Bashir Abdullahi, the Vice Chairman of the House Committee on Defence, the BBC is opening old wounds.
A very sad day indeed, tragic and shameful. Tragic in the sense that we lost lives of our fellow Kenyans. Shameful in the sense that democracy of the parliament was about to be infringed. And nevertheless, it has come at this time, a time that we have really moved on. We spoke about that issue in this House, discussed it, sympathized mourned our fellow Kenyans who passed on during that day.
While families of those killed during the finance bill protests have buried their kin, to say the country has moved on can be seen as somewhat tone deaf.
Mr. Speaker, we lost many young people. And we have very many young people who are traumatized as a consequence of what happened. Mr. Speaker, it is a point in our country that all of us wish never happened. But it happened. Mr. Speaker, I think we have not handled this issue well. And that is why sometimes you find people from outside are coming to document this. If as Kenya, we were able to acknowledge that things went wrong and we need to fix it, then Mr. Speaker, even if BBC aired it, it doesn't matter. We have to fix our own problems on our own.
In an effort to divert attention from matters of social justice and police brutality, Dagoretti North Member of Parliament questioned BBC's objectivity, tying the broadcaster to arrangements made between Kenya and the United Kingdom.
Mr. Speaker, the British Army Training Unit is known to have killed our people. They are known to have raped our women. They are known to have maimed our people. Mr. Speaker, they are also known for serious environmental degradation. And we understand, Mr. Speaker, even in media, that the BBC is funded by taxpayers' money in Britain, meaning that BBC is funded to push the foreign agenda of the British people internationally, Mr. Speaker.
As the debate continues, this BBC documentary has reignited public interest and raised broader questions like who bears responsibility for the violence, and are ongoing investigations being conducted independently and transparently. Catherine Omwando, NTV.
Karibu kila mmoja, tunashukuru. Naomba moja kwa moja tumsikilize Undumani, ana hitilafu ya mitambo. Undumani, hali vipi?
Salama Bernard, unanipata?
Unapatikana, karibu.
Okay, asante. Nimeona yule mbunge na Kiingereza mingi kwa mdomo Bernard. Ndio nilisema wale watu walisoma Bernard na Kiingereza mingi kwa mdomo, hata afadhali yule mtu wa kwenda shule. Kwa sababu yule alienda shule akiongea, anaongea polepole. Na anaongea na hasira. Mtu yule alisoma, yule mtu alienda shule Bernard. Hii wabunge tulipeleka huko atuwasomi ni wajinga tupu Bernard. Wakisema we forget and we move on ni sawa, it doesn't matter. Tutaendelea, tutasahau, hao watasahau Bernard. Kwa sababu yule alikunia alisahau, lakini yule alikanyaga hakusahau Bernard. Unaona Bernard? Yule alikunia alisahau mafi ile alikunia. Lakini yule alikanyaga hata sahau, kwa sababu atapita hapa atasema choo inakuanga hapa. Sasa wabunge wako na akili kidogo, walisahau vile walikuwa wanatolewa na ambulance kwa bunge. Walisahau. Wengine walisahau vile nyumba zao zilichomwa. Wengine walisahau ya kwamba walivamiwa Bernard. Hiyo ni akili kidogo, lakini watapatikana tu, watakuja kupatikana kwa ghafla Bernard. Na hii inji ikichomeka Bernard, wale matajiri ndio wataumia. Masikini wataumia, wale vijana 1,000,000 au 10,000,000 wenye hawana kazi watapata siku hiyo kazi ya kufanya Bernard. Wacha wabunge waibenge pesa ya Kenya wakienda kuficha huko ng'ambo. Wajenge kule ng'ambo, kwa sababu wanajua hapa maisha yao hakuna hapa Kenya. Waibe hii mali ya Kenya wakienda kujenga ng'ambo. Lakini wakuje waame na familia zao wakienda ng'ambo Bernard. Hii inji wako na mustakabadhi ya kujenga hii inji. Na tena hao wako na mustakabadhi wa kubomoa hii inji. Na hao wenyewe ndio watabomoa hii inji Bernard. Hao wenyewe ndio watabomoa, na hiyo Kiingereza yao mingi sana kwa mdomo. Hiyo Kiingereza mingi kwa mdomo linabomoa inji Bernard. Ndio nilisema Bernard ya kwamba afadhali wale watu walisoma na wale wakusoma wote wakutane kwa bunge huko Bernard. Si wale walikuwa wanatengeneza sheria ati mbunge akuwe na degree. Hii ni degree ya mafi, hii ya mafi, hiyo degree Bernard. Kwa sababu hii ni degree hao hiyo usomi ya kuharibu inji. Kwa sababu hiyo usomi yao ndio itaweka hii inji katika tabu. Hiyo usomi yao Bernard na Kiingereza mingi. Hii Kiingereza mingi ndio itaweka hii Kenya kwa shida sana Bernard. Lakini Kiingereza mingi wataongea ng'ambo, wataongelea hapa Kenya. Wakati kutanuka, wamesahau ya kwamba hii maneno ya jinsi ilitokea. Lakini Mungu atakuja tena kuleta jinsi nyingine wata control Bernard. Sasa ni wakati yao wa kutengeneza inji. Inatakana hii ndio wakati yao ya kupatia vijana kazi. Hii ndio wakati yao ya kufanyia vijana ile kitu wanataka. Lakini sasa kama huwezi kupatia vijana kazi, huwezi kusaidia vijana, ndio wanaua vijana Bernard. Wewe umeua, serikali imeua watoto yako. Uko na kaburi kwa mlango pale. Utasahau hiyo kaburi? Bado hiyo kaburi iko na hasira. Wewe uko na hasira wakati hiyo kaburi iko kwa mlango Bernard. So hao wanasahau vijana wetu walikufa. Lakini wanasema tusahau na tuendelee mbele. Okay, tusahau tutaendelea mbele. Lakini huko mbele itakuwa namna gani Bernard? Hiyo hasira ina mtoto yako wako kaburini, hiyo ndio hasira itatoka Bernard. Hiyo itatoka. Na itakuwa kati ya vita kati ya maskini na tajiri. Na wataona Bernard ile watafanywa Bernard. Wajue ya kwamba wakati inji inachemuka, inji itakuwa imebaki kwa mikono ya polisi na jeshi na maskini. Wale matajiri watakuwa wameweka magari yao kwa police station. Hii magari wanatembelea kubwa hii haitakuwa kwa barabara Bernard. Hii barabara itakuwa imejaa na watu maskini, vijana wale maskini, vijana wale baba zao walikufa, mama yao walikufa, watoto wao walikufa. Inji itakuwa imebaki na hao na wanajeshi. Wasifikiria kwamba wako na polisi, wako na jeshi, alafu wanaua watoto wetu, wanasema we forget and we move on. Okay, tunaweza sahau na tunaendelea mbele. Lakini ya hasira bado tungali tunabeba hasira kwa kifua yetu. Lakini wakati ya hasira itatoka kwa kifua Bernard, watasema afadhali wangesaliwa Kenya. Wangesema wangesaliwa Kenya, waibi mapesa, wakiiba hii manoti, wakiiba madola hapa Kenya, wakienda kuficha huko ng'ambo, wakijenga ng'ambo. Na wakae huko na familia zao. Kwa sababu unaona jinsi Bernard, ninakukumbusha ya kwamba jinsi wanajua mpaka mahali watoto yao wanasoma. Jinsi wanajua mahali watoto yao biashara yao iko. Jinsi wanajua kila mahali Bernard. Watapona waongee na Kiingereza yao mingi huko kwa bunge. Haya huko Baragoi huko. Si watoto ya watu wamekufa, wamepigwa risasi. Wamepigwa risasi kwa nini? Hiyo sasa wasahau ile ya Baragoi. Watoto wa watu wamechomwa, wamepigwa risasi. Hawa sasa watoto wasahau? Hawatasahau Bernard. Hawatasahau Bernard. Wasipotengeneza hii inji, halafu wanajifanya na Kiingereza mingi, tunaitisha uchaguzi itakuja 2027. Wajue ya kwamba aidha watapita au wataanguka. Na kama watapita, wapite kwa ile njia iko mzuri Bernard. Wasijibutu kuiba kura yetu. Hii kuiba kura yetu ndio inafanya tunaumia. Lakini Bernard, nasema ya kwamba wasijibutu hata siku moja kuiba kura yetu. Wahesabu kura yetu na hiyo Kiingereza yao mingi ile wamesema wameenda shule. Kwa sababu wanaenda shule na kusoma na kuhesabu ile ya rivers, wanahesabu rivers. Lakini this time 2027 wahesabu kura yetu mzuri. Na mtu yule atajibutu kuiba kura yetu, hatutaenda Supreme Court. Hakuna Supreme Court tutaenda straight away kwa yule mtu aliiba kura yetu. Yule mtu aliiba kura yetu, hiyo ndio tunaenda straight away kwake. Lakini wajue ya kwamba waue watoto wetu, wanasema okay, we move on. Tutaendelea mbele vile Kenya inataka. Tunaendelea tu mbele. Lakini itafika mahali Bernard, watakosa mali ya kutembea. Bernard. Hii watu na Kiingereza mingi kwa mdomo, wanafikiria watatumia polisi na jeshi. Mwananchi haogopi jeshi, haogopi polisi. Ikiwa mbaya ni mbaya Bernard. Hii ni wakati ya hao kutengeneza inji. Na wajua watoto wetu ni watoto wetu. BBC imetambua Bernard. Biblia inasema sema mambo ya ukweli na ukweli itakuweka huru. Hata wakipiga kelele, maneno ya BBC wamesikia imewaingia kwa masikio yao, wamesikia. Sasa watadu nini? BBC imewaambia. Na inji ya BBC huko inji ya Uingereza yataka watu wafisadi wa uwaji. Inji ya Uingereza itaki watu kama hao. Sasa waende kuwakanya huko kwa inji yao. Wamewaambiwa, wamesikia. Hata wakipiga Kiingereza mingi, lakini wamesikia. Na wamesikia kwamba watoto wetu walikufa. Waliua watoto wetu. So, na hivi Kiingereza mingi kwa bunge hivi, Kiingereza mingi hii wamesikia. Kama wamesikilia kwa masikio, wamesikia. Kama wamesikilia kwa mdomo, Bernard wamesikia. Sasa watadu nini? watadu nini na watu na sisi wa Kenya tunajua hiyo maneno inaendelea. Hawa wanafikiria Wakenya ni wajinga. Wakenya si wajinga, na Wakenya si wajinga. Na siku moja watakuja kujuta ya baba yao na mama zao kuwapeleka kwa shule kusoma. Watajua ya kwamba wakati walienda kwa shule kusoma, walisoma kwenda kuharibu nchi. Itafika mahali watoto yao, wazazi yao watalia na kusiaga meno. Biblia inasema watakuja kulia na kusiaga meno. Iko siku inakuja. Iko siku inakuja na hivi Kiingereza yao mingi watalia na kusiaga meno, Bernard. Sasa wacho wapige Kiingereza mingi, wapige Kiingereza vile wanataka. Lakini itafika mahali hata hiyo bunge watatoka. Watakuwa wanategemea polisi na jeshi ati wawasaidie katika hiyo bunge, hawatatoka. Watapata ya kwamba polisi imewageuka, watapata jeshi imewageuka, mwananchi yako kando. Bernard, Mungu atabadilisha hii nchi. Mungu atabadilisha hii nchi. Watafikiria ya kwamba wataua wananchi na kumbe wanatumia polisi na jeshi kuua wananchi, lakini Mungu atabadilisha hiyo maneno, Bernard. Mungu atabadilisha na polisi watakuwa adui kwao. Wanajeshi watakuwa na adui kwao, wataua kama nzige, Bernard. Wataua kama nzige, lakini mwananchi hata gusao, Bernard. Mwananchi Mungu atawapigania. Mungu atawapigania, Bernard. Na Mungu ataweka confusion katika jeshi. Mungu ataweka confusion katika polisi, na hao ndio watakuwa adui, Bernard. Polisi watawafagia na wanajeshi watawafagia, watatafuta inji kutoroka inji, lakini uwanja wa ndege itakuwa imetegwa nyara. Sisi wananchi tutakuwa tunasherekea. Uwanja wa ndege imefungwa, kila mahali imefungwa, hakuna kutoroka, hakuna kuenda inji, Bernard. Mungu atakuja kubadilisha upepo, Bernard. Mungu atakuja kubadilisha upepo. Watafikiria sisi wananchi ni adui yao, na kumbe polisi na jeshi ndio itakuwa adui yao. Wakati watakuja kupindua hii inji, hakuna mwanasiasa ataingia katika uwanja wa ndege. Hakuna mwanasiasa ataingia ati anafuga Uganda, anafuga Tanzania katika mipaka. Mipaka yote itakuwa imefungwa yote. Watapita wapi? Wanafikiria polisi na jeshi ni marafiki zao. Hakuna, Bernard. Mungu atabadilisha. Sisi wananchi ndio tutakuwa tunasherehekea wakati inji imepinduliwa. Tutakuwa tunasherehekea na kuomba Mungu wetu, Bernard. Na polisi na jeshi ndio watakuwa na kuwaswaga, Bernard. Ni hayo tu, Bernard. Mungu awabariki.
Asante Udumani, tunashukuru kwa utangulizi huo. Naamini kila mmoja unatupata kwa njia safi. Naomba tafadhali tuambie unatupata ukiwa wapi, na kama unatupata kwa njia safi ama kuna mushkili turekebishe. Naomba kila mmoja tumakinike kukaribishana. Hiyo namba watazamaji ipande tafadhali, na ukue active. Kama hujapiga kura yako, piga kura yako, patia video a thumbs up. Kama wewe sio subscriber, please subscribe or follow us. We are live on YouTube, on Facebook, as well as on TikTok. Thank you so much for choosing Sound Candid Talk. We trust all is well. I will soon be bringing in Lala to weigh on the subject, then we go back to Njeremani as we engage. We are still in Parliament, hearing various views of different parliamentarians on this thorny issue of the blood parliament by BBC, which has rubbed the administration in the wrong way, and they seem to be crippling around trying to defend themselves on what they shouldn't be defending themselves. They should be giving us their version of the story on why innocent Kenyans were shot dead when they were unarmed and protesting peacefully, carrying flag. Why should you open fire on such people? Which law stipulates that? We need answers to these questions, not games, not stories. As we engage, please be active, participate fully. Hapo kwa comment section naona kama kumeingia kiwewe ama baridi. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike, tuingie na tujadili masuala haya kwa kina. Let's get one more from Parliament. The same member of Parliament that brought up this matter. I just wanted to read his attitude and see how he's reasoning. At times, I feel so bad that such people made their way to Parliament and still breathing in and out when they are reasoning like this.
Honorable Speaker, that documentary was run by BBC World Service, and it's been run through our national media stations. And it captures or talks about the event that happened in June the 25th. A very sad day indeed, tragic and shameful. Tragic in the sense that we lost lives of our fellow Kenyans. Shameful in the sense that democracy of the parliament was about to be infringed. And nevertheless, it has come at this time, a time that we have really moved on. We spoke about that issue in this house, discussed it, sympathized, mourned our fellow Kenyans who passed on during that day. However, it has come at this time again. As much as we agree that our fellow Kenyans lost their lives, unfortunately, but we also moved on to ensure that we reconcile the country as we move on. BBC World Service has attended to this matter in a way that also looked at the Kenyan society or African society as something that discriminatory, sort of, if I may say so. Honorable Speaker, it looked like our media stations also picked it up without questioning how BBC World Service aired the story. It happens world over. People are killed, our people are killed, we sympathize, we moved on. Even world over. Remember, there was the same issue or similar in Capitol Hill. BBC World Service never took the opportunity to say something. It happened in London, they never said it. It happened in many Western nations, they never said it.
Reverend Lala, welcome. It happens world over. What's your take?
Greetings, Bernard. Jeremiah, I've not had a chance to talk or see you in a while, but very proud of your work. Thank you. Odumani, asante. Na wenzangu wote ambao mko nyuma. And I'll try to speak in English so that the wider audience can join me if they're outside. Number one, just commenting on that particular lawmaker. I don't know who this guy is, but he uttered pure ignorance. I don't know where he went to school to even talk about the BBC and this other did not talk about what happened in Washington when actually it was covered worldwide. And in the US, the whole thing is still one of the biggest challenge between the parties, and of course, people are still talking. Committees were formed. So when he's trying to equate what they have done with this, with the BBC, I don't know what he's talking about. Secondly, when he mentions things like we have moved on, that is shocking for someone who should know better. That trauma that was invoked on those that got the blunt of this terrible day, the shooting, the beating, the killing of people, to come out, this particular MP, to say that we have moved on is almost a treasonous act to the pain of Kenyans. Those who have not even, they're still in shock. If we understand the stages of grief and trauma, a lot of people are still in shock. There are emotional, spiritual, psychological pain and trauma that these people will deal with for the rest of their life. Some of us are burdened by even trying to help some of the people, and we don't have the resources to help them, either financially, psychologically, morally, okay? So listening to Parliament that should have taken this as a measure, as a priority before even Gachagua and the rest others, this should have been a major undertaking by Parliament to make sure that these people that have been hurt are listened to. But above all, the question is, when it talks of democracy is about the people. If people are saying one thing, they're saying this is what is hurting us, and you don't listen to that, and then you're talking of the Parliament, which is democratic, they trying to mess with it. What is it talking about? It is the failure of Parliament and government system. It's the lies and the stealing of election. It is lack of response to the need of people. No jobs for young people, that they were protesting. And so for this man to open his mouth, what I listened to, I've not listened to others, but what I listened to is truly, truly, truly sad. Okay, so that is my comment on that man that I listened to. Okay, now let me talk about what I think about the documentary. Number one, Kenyans have never looked into what happened. We've never seen the raw pictures. Some of them, we still have them. Some are sent to me, they are raw pictures that you can't look at. We are a traumatized nation. And to hear of people trying to cover, in fact, congratulations to BBC. We need many of those BBC if we hope to have a nation that is united as Kenyans. We have to deal with trauma such as this one. And so I'm on the side of those that are open to listening, to watching such things, because it happened to us. It happened to us and it's still happening to us. We have kids. I have one living the bullet in his body. The mom, as I shared with you here, the mom last week, not even early this week, trying to commit suicide because she lost another child. Okay? She doesn't know how, this was her first son. Herself, she was beaten, taken out of the house and beaten. She doesn't know how to move forward, trying to commit suicide. And then listening to this, Kenyans criticizing BBC. Yes, if there's some distortion here and there, point them out. Say this is what it is. This person was found dead, but he is alive. Show us that they're alive. The people are buried. Show us. So when we side with the people that did this to people by trying to cover it, it's like a rapist. You just want to cover it. You didn't. Or a killer. Don't worry about it. It's over. Your father's dead. Your mother's dead. Don't worry about it. That's exactly what some of the people are telling us. So who are our friends? Yes, BBC is our friend, true friend, telling us exactly what we need to work on as Kenyans. So when I hear people asking us not to even talk about it, to me is one of the saddest days, because it's as if we have learned nothing. Why we went through what we went through, okay? It's as if we are dealing with some thugs who came and invaded our country and did something. It is quite different even from Washington. Washington, people who didn't want a good governance. Those were criminals. Our young people are not criminals, okay? They were not criminal. Criminals are people who are taking their jobs, stealing from them, don't listen to them. They give them jobs, but not listen to their needs. So those are the criminals. So I am shocked to hear after all this what has happened, when actually there's a space that was created by Baba and others for us to talk and come up with better method to solve our problem. Okay? Yet it's as if what Babas and others have created is they're laughing at Baba and the rest. People have died, beloved. And then we don't need that parliament if that's the way they're thinking. But I like to hear more and know exactly what is going on there. I'm sure there's level-headed people in there, but listening to that guy is sickening. Back to you, Bernard.
Thank you, Lala. It is indeed sickening and very insensitive, coming from a member of parliament who is supposed to be forging for the welfare of all Kenyans. It is sad on how we get drunk with power until we abuse the very purpose for which we are supposed to be in parliament. I just want to, before I bring back Jeremani and then Mkenya Mkora, just to play another clip to keep in the focus of the conversation. It is important that we raise important questions for us to get right answers. And like I'm insisting, I want the government to respond to the message, not to shoot the messenger. BBC, no BBC. I want the government to address the mother of the young men, the mothers and the fathers of the young men that were shot dead. People are literally shot and they literally died. You cannot deny that. You cannot come up and say, oh, this is fiction or this is Photoshop, like Kiara was trying to put it. It is sad that those are the natives.
So if I come and I bring some of the photos, I would be arrested in Kenya for saying people died. This is sad. Back to you.
This is Eric. He's caught in a stampede heading out of Kenya's parliament. He reaches the exit and then Eric Shieni never made it home.
Good day, perfect day.
He was a 27-year-old student at the University of Nairobi. On June 25th, he joined a protest against the government's 2024 finance bill. They aimed to occupy the parliament, stop the bill passing into law. But along the way, they met tear gas, truncheons, and even gunfire. Eric was one of at least 3 people shot dead at Kenya's parliament. The moment before Eric's shot, an armed man steps into view. The second after this moment is captured. Gunfire is heard, and Eric falls to the floor. While we can't see his face, we can see his uniform has distinctive features. We compared those features to more than 150 images taken at the site within 10 minutes of the shooting. Only one man was a match. Him. Several senior officers in Kenya's defense forces confirmed his uniform is that of the Kenyan army, a force not known for turning its guns on civilians.
Jeremiah, back to you.
Thank you, Bernard. I've seen comments about my voice being low. Bear with me. That's how my voice is.
It's okay. We can get you. Go ahead.
Sure. Getting straight to the point. One of the things, and maybe allow me to first recognize Lala and appreciate the points he's made with regard to the parliamentarian attack. I forget where the constituency he represents, but he seems to be focused on let us move on. Moving on, I'm sure Lala is well versed with psychology. Cannot be a statement. Moving on requires interventions, requires healing. Healing must come because you see, when you say we have moved on, you cannot be speaking for the whole nation. Moving on requires healing. Healing requires that people are content with the circumstances under which their loved one passed away. We have not achieved closure, so we cannot be in a state of moving on. Moving to the next point though, and keeping with the theme of moving on, it is, I must say, BBC has done a very good job opening our eyes to what was right before us, but we didn't pay that particular forensic attention that BBC has done. This is a job well done, if you ask me, because now they've heightened our consciousness that when an event like the ones that have been happening comes again, we are going to have much more conscious people analyzing for clues that will help us unravel the circumstances that befell us. So I'm glad that BBC has done that for us at this point. There is a particular clip that I came across of the NTV. I don't know if it is within your clip queue, but I can give a summary of what I saw in that clip queue. I know many people have been watching a lot of these clips and they're saying, why do you keep repeating? But I believe repetition is important because in that repetition is where we get to see things from a different angle. What you see or hear the first time, when you hear it a second and third time, you get a different perspective. And I believe that enriches the process of us being informed. The clip I'm referring to was undertaken by NTV in their news piece. And this clip, this is what I saw, that NTV actually wrote to IPOA, the Independent Police Oversight Authority. NTV wrote to the Kenya Defense Forces. IPOA, the spokesperson, replied with no comment. The KDF spokesperson said no investigations have been forwarded, no request for investigations have been forwarded by IPOA, and they're not able to confirm anything in the absence of a request for investigations from IPOA. Here I'm giving a summary because what I picked up means IPOA has been fingered, or someone is pointing a finger at IPOA and saying, this can be our scapegoat. IPOA has been known to be under the ministry. They operate from the Ministry of Interior. IPOA has been known to not act decisively. And that indecision from IPOA is then making them the scapegoat in this instance, where a question about whether someone was a KDF officer is being directed to KDF, and KDF is saying IPOA has not submitted a request for investigation, so we have done nothing. So essentially what it is saying is that IPOA is being made to be the scapegoat for inaction from the Kenya Defense Forces. That I've belabored in other forums, and I said the weakness of the institution of IPOA is becoming a national security risk to the nation, because people know they will do whatever they want to do with the police. IPOA will fold their arms and say, we have not received information, witnesses are not cooperating, so we cannot investigate. And that then makes them a scapegoat when the time of reckoning comes. I believe I wouldn't want to say much at this point, but let me take it back to you for further discussion. Thanks, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Njeremani. Thank you so much for that angle of analysis. It appears what happened at Parliament was not an accident, and it was not an emergency. From all indicators, the shootings and the people that were waiting for the invasion of the Parliament did not rush there when the people got there and pushed the gate. They were already there. They were all waiting, and they had instructions on what to do. And so they were acting on instruction. And crimes committed by state have a way of being thought through and look for all the loopholes, cover them up, so that when the cases begin and when the questions arise, they will always have a way of getting off the hook. This is not new. It has been with us from time immemorial, all the way from the Kisumu massacre, the Wagala massacre.
Sorry, allow me to make another additional comment once you finish. It's still on the IPOA.
Okay, I wanted us to go to Mukora kwanza, alafu tutarudi kwako.
No problem.
Thank you. And so our history is full of crimes committed by the state, and all measures and attempts to cover up all those crimes have always been, dire, in the sense that lives are lost, and then we, in the attempt of covering up the crime, we kill more people, set the country into a position whereby we are always or either on the defense or we have something to repent about. And this looks like our history is full of blood of innocent people, and we seem not to be drawing lessons from history. We keep repeating history, and all of it is in the attempt of covering up our crimes. I think it's about time we owned up and took responsibility for the things that have been done under the watch of the administration and hold that administration to account. This aspect of let's forget everything and move on, it is not going to work. We must, as Kenyans, demand answers. When did the security forces get authority to shoot an armed, peaceful demonstrators?
Can I make just a simple comment on that before you go on?
Please, order, please. I beg. Let's Lala, we're coming back to you, and we will be diving into the security issues, which I need you to weigh on strongly. I wanted to bring in Mkora hajasema chochote, alafu tukimalizana naye tunarudi kwako. Mkenya Mkora, hali vipi?
Salama baba, Mungu mzima. Alalali huwa anaweza pata kanap lakini alali.
Biblia inasema halali. Wewe umempatia kanapu wewe samahani. Pole kwa msiba.
Haina mambo. Sasa now Bernard, mi niko na swali, niko na vitu kadhaa nataka kuuliza, mbili kabla nifungue mada yangu. Itakuwa tu just a couple of points that I've written down. Let me ask you, what color is white?
It's white.
So white is white, right?
Yes, sir.
So what is this thing that is happening that now what was shown on TV is not what that was shown? Did it, I mean, is it right because it came from BBC, or is it right because it should have come? Of course, I have an issue with that. I have an issue with the Kenyan media. Myself, even yesterday, I was on Spice TV. They actually had to address me because I was really bad on them, telling them, where were you guys so that BBC, where was the Kenyan media so that BBC can actually come and do that expose? Why didn't we have our own Kenyan media actually being able to do it? Again, these are poor people. What do? What is their job? Because now we understand they don't do anything. Now people are having a problem even going into parliament and saying that other countries and BBC should not. BBC operates in Kenya. BBC, it's the reason it's called BBC Africa. It's a media house in Kenya, in Tanzania, in all African countries. That's why it's called BBC Africa, not BBC Kenya. So now why are you guys taking it? And I was so scared. I mean, I was so sad to see some people who are actually, who used to be ODM, I don't know where they are, people who used to stand with people, not just ODM. I'm talking about just leaders that used to stand with people and stand democracy, trying to vindicate, trying to beat BBC and saying that they should have never run that thing. Where was the Kenyan media? Where was the IPOA? These IPOA, now they are coming out to say at yours the investigation for a whole year. Yet as a small journalist went and did everything and brought it up, wakaileta. I can also see even the Gen Z's people, the movement, you can also see them starting to fight, saying that Babu Owino, Boniface Mwangi, I don't know who should not have featured there. Kasamuel is also there saying that he should have been the one featuring. So I think it's a turmoil, it's a Tower of Babel. I know you're a priest, Nani, you're a pastor. It's something that it does not make any sense. Nitenda raka because I'm still here. So that I think Lala wanted to say something. Now, let's go back to instructions. We saw the guy saying, okay, two. Moja ile ya huko kwa kina Ruto yenye mmoja anaambia watu shoot to kill. 4 headshots, 2, I think, body shots. Bernard, if you're given a direction to shoot someone, are you going to shoot? Hauna utu. Ua. Unasikia mtu akisema ua huyo, ua. And then you go in there and shoot. Where are we heading to? Me, the debate in parliament just it reminded me never to vote anyone that is actually saying BBC did anything wrong. You should have at least supported the media in Kenya to be able to do that. And anyway, a poor need to be dispersed. Then you come and see a community wanachapwa na mapolisi to get, for a land. And you wonder where's the constitution in this whole thing? And Bernard, Of all the years that I've been here, I've been a big stickler of the Constitution of Kenya. People do not follow the Constitution. And I'm even, just a quick one, I'm even really following Willis, the lawyer, very well, talking about the 5th year, the second Tuesday of the 5th year, because he's dead on right. You know, it's true. You cannot hata huwezi kataa hiyo kitu akikuexplainia. Nimesikia nikajaribu kuikataa nikaona no, this guy is right. Nikarudi nikaangalia constitution nikapata ni ukweli. What is talking is the 5th year. And this is the things, we never follow the constitution in our country, and that is the covenant that we do have to live together as people. Last one, Bernard was so, and all the people listening, I watched that mother standing in front of the grave. Alikuwa anaulizwa na Boniface Mwangi, Ma'am, unafikiria aje? And she was just standing there dumbfounded. And at that time I thought about my own daughter. What would I be saying? She had no words to say. Bernard and everybody that is listening to us. Sometimes I heard Lynn Gogi today, I was listening to something I was watching, asking, why do people think it's just numbers? There's no number to life, Bernard. Today it might be a number to someone else. Mtu anaweza kosa understand kwa nini huyo mama alikuwa amesimama kwa grave after kila mtu ashaenda, service ishaisha, and she was just standing there. Hakuna mtu anajua kwa akili yake alikuwa anafikiria nini. Same thing you're seeing this Eland. Sasa unaona hapo watu wanasema, I was just watching just before I came in, some guy huko akisema kama mnataka kuja kuchukua land yangu kujeni mchukue hii. What they are fighting, the one that killed about 6 people the other day, yesterday I believe. Ukiangalia mtu kama wanakwambia nyinyi kuja, mimi utanituma hiyo mbinguni tupatane huko, ama mwenye atakufa ataenda kama yeye. Sisi hatushiki ng'ombe za watu, lakini kama unakujia land yangu tutapitana nao. Now that brings me back to asking, what exactly, cause hao wanataja Moi came, Kibaki came, Uhuru came. Ni nini inafanyika sahi that is so bad that people, nothing is working. Now you're starting, now you go to parliament and starting to fight Britain, saying that is Britain watu army zao kutoka Kenya na nyuki and everything, just to threaten them. There's something that is really happening so wrong, and I want you guys to go back and remember why one person, I won't mention the name, wasinikujie, walitolewa kwa nini ya agriculture, kidogo akatolewa wapi sijui wapi, na kwa nini kuna mtu anaitangwa Arab mashamba, mimi sijataja mtu jina. So Bernard, we need to go back and really ask our question, was this by fluke? The reason that people used to say that, and why are people saying I must go? Mimi sijaambia mtu aende, nimesema mimi I must go. Mimi Kenya mkora, I must go. Mimi sijasema mtu na nisishikiwe kitu ya ujinga. Anyway, Bernard, let me stop at that point.
Thank you. Lakini must go. If you want to go with him, no problem. The aeroplane, I think, has 3 more seats. We can add people in there. Hata Madam Rachel anaweza kusongea na huyo dotawa kama mnataka ku must go wote. But thank you for that observation and hard hitting questions indeed for us as Kenyans. I think we must come of age and begin to raise these questions. And then, of course, I also don't want us to lose the debate by apportioning blame. The media has its own way of operating, but the BBC did the job. They gave us the message. What are we going to do with that message? I think as Kenyans, we should draw the lessons from this, and then from there, begin to dig in. And one of the disturbing issues about this is the pact between William Ruto and KDF. That's my really trouble. Okay, is there a pact between Ruto and KDF that regardless of what Kenyans think, regardless of what Kenyans feel, because the protest against the finance bill was Kenyans versus the ruling class. And it is now clear, when we were thinking that the KDF is with the people and they are fighting for the people, it appears that according to what their boss said, they will defend not the constitution, but the current administration. They are there to defend the regime that is there. And so that leaves me, a very disturbed person, because we thought the KDF is supposed to step in and save the constitution when it's being abused by those that are in power. And now when they say bluntly that they are supposed to defend the regime, and the regime that was voted in, that is what they exist for, it leaves a lot to be desired. And that's what I'm feeling, that we could just be going to the ballot to be embarrassed again because somebody is prepared to steal an election and then be defended by the army. I know those are not easy words to say, but in Kenya, there is nothing that should surprise us when it begins to happen. And so I want us to ventilate on this seriously and talk openly, because Wakenya tunapenda tunapangwa vizuri alafu tunaahirishwa. Tunaambiwa ni 2027. So we get caught up into the year until we forget the really reason for that particular wrestle is about. So quickly, Alala, you are saying something, then back to Njeremani before we go to Ndumani again.
Thanks.
Can I say something, Nala? Quick one, please. I forgot something very important. Nani, I want you guys to thank Jeremani. He's been doing a very good job. One of the jobs that me and him, we've been fighting with other people of changing this whole thing. He's doing a very big job in changing this whole thing. He's working hard. I want you guys to pray for him nasi endewe na nini na hizo Subaru zenyu Bernard. But Jeremani, thank you so much. I just had to give you kudos for what you're doing and being ahead for us and pushing the movement. Thank you.
Okay. Wonderful. I wanted to just make one comment on IPOA. I think it's no secret that Kenyan constitution was modeled or a copycat, copied from the American constitution. It looked like we liked this system, presidential system, and so we decided to adopt that constitution. But this is where I have a problem. The U.S. system, maybe it is also got its own flaws, but the focus is really on protecting the citizen. Okay, it is their welfare. Why those institutions are there to make sure that they are protected. That means this is how it is done over here. If there's a shooting, if I'm a policeman, I shoot somebody, whatever reason the person is shot, whether it's a self-defense, the first thing is the policeman or woman will turn in their guns and their badge and stay at home till an investigation justifies, why they did what they did. If there was no problem, their self-defense, but they cannot stay on, even though they were being ambushed and they're fighting there. They still got to turn in their badge, okay? Because shooting somebody taking somebody's life is not a simple thing that we are told to move on. And when a Kenyan has been killed. So when we talk about IPOA, now you wonder what is the relevance of IPOA if none of these murders are taken seriously, no credible investigations are done, and they still exist. So they are there, in my judgment, purely for a show, but really not to do anything to help justify. In other words, they are there to cleanse the criminals. IPOA useless. And maybe also focus on, we mentioned about the military, the role of military in these demonstrations. To me, that's worrisome. That's really worrisome, because the military is always the last hope to defend the constitution. When Egypt had these issues, things were really bad. The military stepped in to support the people, to make sure the constitution is respected, to make sure the regime does not manipulate or change things, because their role is to protect the integrity of the country, the people, from any forces. So they have to step in Egypt and many other places. So when I hear of the military personnel on the street shooting, and up to this time there is no credible investigation, nobody else was crazy and mad to have done something, it worries me that we may really need to investigate what is going on in the military. And it's not all of them. There are just few of those elements that need to be weeded out. Because if you don't have a military that is together with the people, I'm warning all of us that we are bound to lose our country very quickly, because it seems as if corruption has got in there, and there are people there, they don't care about any of us. It's about the one who is either giving something, and therefore our security has been compromised very badly. Back to you, Bernard. Bernard.
Okay. Thank you, Lala.
Also, Bernard and Lala, you guys need to think about the guy that took that 3 seconds of the last moments of the guy that was shot dead. Have you looked at his psychological welfare to know that you took a picture of just the last 3 seconds of someone dying? Have you looked at the psychological welfare of that one? Bernard, can you imagine taking the last picture?
Mato, thank you for intercepting. But there is what is called advantage of foreknowledge or hind knowledge. By the time you're taking the photo, you are never aware it is the last second or the last minute. It is us. We are coming to watch it later that now get shocked because of that. But I would that we give it to the analysis team that put together all these photos and were able to scrutinize them according to the time they were taken and the scenario where they were taken in that particular circumstance to put up this particular documentary. So the richness of that keen analysis is something that we need as a people, and probably that could be what we are suffering from as the so-called IPOA and the other investigative so-called forensic audit, DCI and all that. To me, I at times I feel like we only have those things to get people jobs so that they earn salary, but them actually working, going out of their way to get detailed evidence like this one that has been given by BBC. I don't see them working that hard, okay? Because this is a year later, you're still telling us that IPOA has not forwarded anybody for investigations. People died in parliament. I mean, we went for the funeral. We saw people being buried. And then you are waiting in the office for IPOA to come and front somebody before you begin investigation. Please, let me not lose it. Njeremani, back to you.
Thank you, Bernard. And let me start by appreciating the comments made by Mkenya Mkora. I almost called him by his government name, but let me call him by his screen name, Mkenya Mkora. So Mkenya Mkora, I appreciate your comments. And of course, you know, the walls of Jericho came down after 7 rounds. So in our march, we keep marching. We still have much more marching to do. Let me come back to the point Mkenya Mkora has made regarding the psychological status of, and maybe it's important that you also put names to these gentlemen, because they died fighting for a cause that we are now living. So Shieni is the gentleman that was shot at Parliament, getting out, the headshot, and in the videos that were circulating, he was shown to be enjoying life and looking forward to making it one day. Now, that one day for him has not come. That one day may come for us, but it comes at the price of his life. So now we should not, and this is where I still find fault to the parliamentarian who's saying we have moved on. We have not moved on, because these are, and I think I saw a comment somewhere that one of the most painful deaths is the one of unfulfilled dreams. So Shieni's unfulfilled dreams is quite painful. It's easy for us to accept the death of someone who has lived a full life. Someone who has said, I've lived my life, I've done this, I've done that, and I've seen people benefit from what I've done. But in Shieni's case, I think we can say comfortably that this is unfulfilled dreams. And that's what makes it a very painful notion. On IPOA, I've written an article that was published in the Star. And one of the things that I observed as I was writing that article is that more than 66% of the staff of IPOA are administrative staff. Now, what does that mean? It means that IPOA, which is supposed to be an investigative body, has a lot of people who move files, who file paperwork, who do what we may call administrative functions. Ideally, you want an investigative body that has majority of its personnel as investigative personnel. That would then explain why some of these investigations are not moving. I'm not defending them. All I'm saying is that there is a lopsided approach towards the resourcing of IPOA. And usually, a lopsided approach towards resourcing an institution is the first cause of weakening that institution, so that you put it on a slow puncture mode, knowing that whatever they are doing will never catch up with you in time. So IPOA is hampered, first of all, at administrative and investigative resourcing. Having said that, one of the other things that I wish to also very quickly pose in this regard is the aspect of how do we reconcile the role of IPOA with what Lala said. Lala said in the US, and at least I've observed this in North America, whenever an incident, a shooting incident occurs, a report is written. And in fact, if that shooting is fatal, an inquest will certainly follow. We have not had inquests in Kenya. And the question is, do we really value life? So that when I hear parliamentarians saying we have moved on, I ask the question, does he really understand what he is saying? Now, in IPOA, in the context of IPOA and what Lala said with regard to inquests and investigations, there is a body called Internal Affairs Unit. This Internal Affairs Unit is supposed to investigate internally incidences of police action, inaction, and all other incidences regarding operations, police operational activities. Has anyone, including and not including, starting with the parliamentarians, inquired of the Inspector General whether there has been any internal action, internal affairs activity with regard to the shootings that occurred on June 25th? Have there been any reports that Parliament itself can summon from the National Police Service to satisfy themselves that police are actually doing what they ought to do in terms of service, policing service? In the absence of which, this is something I posed in the article that was published in the Star. I pose that it is time that we disband the Independent Police Oversight Authority so that we can establish what we call a Police Oversight Commission. A commission differs from an authority because a commission has more independence. A commission has more independence than an authority, which an authority is housed under a ministry. And being housed under a ministry already tells you there is nothing that this authority will do without getting a clearance from the parent ministry. So for me, I would say it's time that we start thinking about police oversight commission as opposed to an independent police oversight authority.
And Jeremiah, can I kick in real quick, please?
Sure, go ahead.
You spoke, it's something very important. You know, I read your article and I like it a lot. I was actually gonna call you on the side and we speak, but let me just say it so that people can understand. You see, I feel like even with your article, maybe you might want to go change it to a little bit of where that you see, like what you just said right now. Every police is assigned to something and all their guns, they are known with everything. I mean, with how the bullet comes out, so you can actually go back and look at who shot what. And the moment you shoot a gun, you have that gun is taken by your superior, so that way it's kept for record. And that's why you go to administrative leave. So is there a way that maybe with your article, because I know it, is there a way that maybe you can add to that? And Kenyans need to know this. I know we can speak this on private, but also Kenyans need to understand this so that police cannot just shoot something and then it's just disappeared. The barrel has to be done. I mean, has to be kind of interrogated so that if you shot, that gun is taken, you're told to go home, like other countries do. That was a question that maybe Kenyans might want to hear. Sorry.
No problem. I'm wondering why you didn't call me on the side then, but I appreciate the comment. But so that I do not chew into Bernard's time so much, let me go to my final point. And my final point here is with regard to the aspect of moving on. Moving on paints Kenya as a very forgetful country. It paints Kenyans as a very forgetful people. Moving on means we do something today, in 2 weeks' time, we have forgotten what we did, what we said. And that is a politician's lifeline. That is what politicians live for, that we will forget in time. So that I don't also forget, allow me to also remind Bernard that on 12th of December we had a discussion. This was during Jamhuri Day. And on Jamhuri Day, I posed the notion that it is time we delink the office of the presidency from head of government and from the chief of CIC,
Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces.
Right. So that we need to separate those three roles. And I take this opportunity to revisit what I said on 12th of December, that we need to separate the three roles from the presidency. We need to separate head of state. We need to separate head of government. We need to separate the CIC, Commander-in-Chief, for the very reason that Bernard, you pointed out, that it appears the Chief of Defense Forces is getting caught up in the loyalty between government and state. And I shared in that discussion that we held on 12th of December that a bad government must be allowed to fall. And I'm being very euphemistic here. A bad government must fall. Bad governments do fall. Bad governments do get replaced. But the state always stands. So that ultimately there should not be any discussion about whether to defend a bad government. There should not be any discussions about defending the government of the day. The government of the day, if the people do not wish for it to stand, it should fall. What the military should be concerned with is defense of the state. Governments fall, governments get replaced, but the state should always stand. And that's what the military should be focused on. So that if we have this distinction between a head of government, a head of state, and a commander-in-chief, which I proposed must be a soldier, a professional who's risen through the ranks, so that even the current chief of defense forces can himself become a commander-in-chief that serves the people, not the government of the day. Back to you, Bernard.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeremani, for that. And that is deep. We may need to reopen that again because it appears the crafters of the Constitution overlooked a lot of those aspects, and that is why we are caught up into the mix-up of the old Constitution and the current Constitution. We're having it rough to move away from the old system into the current system, and the carryovers from the old into the new had also a way of making the new not be very new. And in the process, Kenyans are caught up as victims. A little reminder, kabla tumlete Undumani, I'm sure Mkenya Mkora alifanya hii. Nataka turudie ili usisahau. I pledge my loyalty to the president and to the nation of Kenya, my readiness and duty to defend the flag of our republic. My devotion is to the words of our national anthem. My life and strength is in the task of our national building, in the living spirit embodied in our national motto, Harambe, and perpetuated in the philosophy, in the Nyayo philosophy of peace, love, and unity. Mato, you remember that one?
I do. I was a disciplinarian on I was the discipline
You are,
master of
you
our
are the
scouts
people who used to
scouts
force us, remember?
kwenda hata mpaka Nyeri huko. But remember, this is the old constitution. We brought a new constitution.
There is the reason why I brought that up, and that is the people in the KDF now, the people in the police now, and the people in all these security forces were 844 people. Okay, they were Nyayo people, so they pledged this loyalty to the
Nimeona
president.
Maluda ni chapa, no wonder umeni attack me personally, because you know me, I'm a 844.
So what I'm saying is they played this loyalty too much until now they cannot translate and understand that the pledge is no longer to the president and to the Republic of Kenya, but first and foremost is to be to the sovereignty of the people of Kenya. So they are caught up, they are still fighting for the president, they are fighting for so-called the current regime at the expense of the people who are sovereign and the constitution. And to me, I believe that is part of our unmaking in our day. It's just like what I was talking about, the people who reviewed the 844 system. None of them was an 844 product. That is now how bad we do as a country. That we pick people who are not part of the 844. They never, wherever, they were never part of the system. They didn't teach. They didn't, wherever they were not students. But now they have been charged with the responsibility to review the system. So in the process, what we end up with, a dysfunctional system of education. And it appears Kenya is an expert in making bodies that don't function, put up commissions that don't work, put up, I will get back to Njeremana about IPOA. There is something that I will bring up. But Undumani amenyamaza sana, lakini Undumani shikilia tu hapo tusikilize huyu Mkenya alafu urejee.
He has just answered a lot of questions about who, what, when, and how things were handled during the demonstrations in June and early July. And one of the things that I've just cleared my mind about is the complicit nature that our Kenyan defense forces have on the ruling class or the president. They are, just like the general said the other day, their loyalty is not to the Constitution of Kenya. It's to the government in place. And so if the government in place is willing to break the Constitution, they are complicit in that, and that their leadership will not change a thing, because their understanding of their purpose or duty is to preserve the government in place, no matter how they are treating their people or how they are implementing the Constitution. And this is a very dangerous place to be found in as a country. And I feel that if Kenyans do not wake up and see this 2027 as a fallacy, you're just being told by the political class that we should prepare and come out, vote in 2027, and this will change everything. Let me remind you, a despot, a president, or any government that is in place that is protected by the military and is in control of everything cannot be removed by the ballot. This is just a fallacy that is being put in the minds of Kenyans so that they just can buy time, clear up their messes, and even try and lure some people to follow them, which is very difficult to happen. But a government in control of the army, remember, the army is one of the institutions that is placed as a safeguard for the Constitution and for the Republic. But by the army, the military, I mean, being captive to the political class, this is just as worrying as losing a country. This is something that Kenyans should be very wary about. Kenyans should be extremely worried about the future
going forward with this state of affairs. It should change, and if not now, we could be in big trouble.
We can come here.
Yes,
Please allow me, Bernard. Nitapoteza.
Half a second, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the half a second. Bernard, you hit the nail on the head na ujamaa pia ameisema, because guys have never moved on and understood what the constitution is. Tumepoteza, hatuelewi constitution iko wapi. We are defending, okay, not we, Missy Koko, but guys are defending the government instead of defending the constitution. And Bernard, that is the biggest, hiyo ndio ile keki kubwa tuko nayo, because wengine hata hatujui constitution inafika wapi na inasimamia wapi na inaishia wapi. We're going to, we still live in the old constitution of defending the presidency. The presidency is nothing. The governorship is nothing according to the constitution that we have. How, Bernard, I wish in these channels that we do, and our sister channels, we can start what we used to do, to show people the constitution of 2010. It does not allow for the most of the nonsense that we do nowadays. And these police officers and even the whatever security forces, they are not supposed to, I mean, they're not supported in that constitution of what it needs to be done. Bernard, I wish you can really emphasize on that on your channels, because I really, hapo ndo tumekosea, hatujui constitution yetu. Uliza kwa channels hizi, nani anajua constitution? Uliza uone kama nimedanganya.
Yeah, you have made your point. Thank you very much, and we'll do exactly that, because there is nothing to fight for if we are not fighting for what is constitutionally provided for. And we are only right in fighting the current regime for violating the constitution. Our liking or disliking the regime doesn't matter. Does it meet the constitutional threshold? Is it treating Kenyans according to the constitution? If it's not doing what is constitutionally their responsibility to Kenyans, then we have a right to kick them out because of violating the constitution, not for them being Kalenjin or them being Kikuyu or them being Kamba. That is immaterial. And that is, I believe, a place we must navigate out of. Please, in the interest of time, Undumani, bado upo?
Niko Bernard, unanipata?
Unapatikana, karibu. Changia.
Asante. Nashukuru kwa kunipa hii nafasi. Bernard, tusijidanganye Bernard. Wakati deployment ya polisi inafanyika wapi? Inafanyika katika polisi. Kwa sababu deployment officer ndiye ana deploy wanajeshi au polisi mahali kuna furugu. So ukiangalia katika deployment sheet ya polisi na jeshi, ni kabila gani iko huko Bernard? Hakuna kabila ile inaweza kunyosha risasi au bunduki kwa wananchi. Kuna kabila tu moja wakati inanyosha bunduki kwa sababu wanataka kuprotect hiyo utawala yao Bernard. Ndio unaona katika parliament pale vijana wetu walikufa. Kabila gani iliua hao watoto Bernard? Ni kabila moja. Kabila moja ndiyo iliua hao watoto Bernard. Tukiangalia yule mtu alinyosha risasi kwa gari ya Odinga, alikuwa ni kabila gani Bernard? Wakati ile walikuwa nafanya maandamano, ODM ilikuwa nafanya maandamano. Wakati hiyo ukiangalia deployment sheet wakati unaangalia walideploy nani pale? Walideploy kabila gani pale? Ukiona pale wanadeploy kabila moja hiyo ndio inaua watoto wetu. Kabila moja hiyo ndio inaleta furugu. Kwa sababu hakuna kabila ile inaweza kuja wanadeploy kabila kama Mkamba au kabila ingine inaua wa Kenya Bernard. Ndio wanadeploy hiyo kabila moja Bernard. Kabila moja hiyo ndio inamaliza watoto wetu Bernard. Lakini kama Kenya hatuwezi kupanuka akili Bernard, Kenya itakuwa mahali pabaya Bernard, kwa sababu hatutaendelea na maisha kama hii katika Kenya Bernard, kwa sababu hatutaendelea kuishi katika ufungwa. Hatutaendelea kukaa katika ufungwa, watoto wetu wanauawa. Tunajua watoto wetu wanauawa kwa njia gani, Bernard? So tujue ya kwamba wakati polisi anatoka kwenda kuzuia uhalifu au kuzuia maandamano, ni kabila gani ile inapangwa pale, Bernard? Tukiangalia hiyo deployment sheet tutapata ya kwamba wakati wana deploy pale askari wala wanajeshi, Bernard, tunapata ni kabila moja. Hata ile wakati ya maandamano ya Gen Z, Bernard, tukiangalia hao watu kwa masura tunajua hii ni kabila fulani, hii ni kabila fulani. Tukiangalia hiyo kabila hata ile iliua Robert huko, ni kabila hiyo tu. Tukijua ile, tunaangalia ile kabila ile ilimaliza Tomboya, tunajua ni kabila fulani, Bernard. So wakati serikali inafanya deployment, tukiangalia deployment, hiyo karatasi ya deployment, wakati wanasema askari fulani aende mahali fulani, askari fulani aende mahali fulani, Bernard, tunapata kujua ya kwamba hao askari ni kabila moja, Bernard, ndio wanaua watoto wetu, kabila moja. Lakini hii vitu ya constitution hii constitution, hao wakubwa ndio wanafunja hiyo constitution, Bernard. Hao wakubwa ndio wanafunja. Tutawafanya namna gani, Bernard? Tutawafanya namna gani? Ni kuweka constitution kando, ni kuweka, itafika mahali tunaweka hii sheria kando. Tukiweka hii constitution kando, tunatumia sheria ingine ili ndio tunyoroshe hii inji. Wakati tunanyorosha hii inji kutumia katiba ingine, ndio kila mtu ataogopa mwingine, kila kabila itaogopa mwingine, Bernard. Lakini tukisema ya kwamba, Bernard, tunaficha maneno ingine, Kenya hii tunaficha tu, baada ya kuficha inakuja kulipuka maneno kubwa, by Bernard. Haya, tunapata hawa wabunge wale walikuwa wanaongea maneno ya BBC. Wajaongea ile maneno ya watu walikufa watu 5 kule sijui Baragoi au wapi kwa maneno ya mashamba, Bernard. Hawaongei hiyo, Bernard. Hawaongei hiyo. Wanaongea tu ya jinsi wale walikufa BBC, na hii iko nyumbani kwao hapa Baragoi hapa, watu 5 wamekufa, au watu 6 wamekufa. Hawaongei hiyo, Bernard. Si constitution iko, si katiba iko. Hiyo katiba mbona haifanyi kazi, Bernard? Inatakana ile katiba ingine. Hiyo tunasema labda ni katiba ya msituni. Hiyo katiba ya msituni ndio itanyorosha hii nchi. Alafu tutarudi tutanyorosha mali ilikuwa makosa iko. So 2027, Bernard, 2027 wasijibutu, ingawa sheria iko, constitution iko, lakini hao wabunge ndio wanavunja sheria. Sasa hii sheria hii tunasema sheria, tumepata sheria 2020 ngapi hiyo sheria ndio tunaielewa, hiyo tutaiweka kando kwanza. Tunaiweka kando 2027, tunaweka hiyo sheria kando. Baada ya kuweka hiyo sheria kando, tutumie sheria ingine. Hili ndio hao wakubwa wajue kumbe kuna sheria ile tulitengeneza wenyewe katika bunge, lakini hao wenyewe walishindwa kutumia hiyo sheria. So kama wabunge wanashindwa kutumia hiyo sheria yenye walipitiza kwa bunge, wakapigia kura kwa bunge, tukaenda referendum tukachagua hiyo katiba, Bernard, kama huwezi kutumia hiyo katiba ya ndugu yangu anasema, hiyo katiba itafika mahali Kenya hii tunaiweka kando. Baada ya kuweka kando, tunatumia ile sheria ya msituni, ili hao wanajeshi hata tuwaogopi, Bernard. Tulikuwa tunafikiria ni marafiki yetu, kumbe ni adui. Sasa tunajua ni adui yetu, Bernard. Tunajua ni adui yetu. So hiyo katiba kwanza tutaiweka pembeni kwanza. Baada ya kuiweka pembeni kwanza, tunatumia sheria ingine, kama ni sheria ya msituni, kama ni sheria ya barabara, tunatumia. Na hii sheria ndio itaumiza hao wakubwa. Hii sheria ndio itaumiza hao wakubwa, Bernard. Na wakuwe tayari kufunga virago yao na kuhama hii inji, kwa sababu wameshindwa kutawala hii inji. Wameweka hii inji badala ya kutumia katiba ile walipigia kura katika bunge. Hao ndio wa kwanza kuvunja sheria, kuvunja katiba. So kama hao ni wakubwa, hao ndio wanakuwa wa kwanza kuvunja sheria, basi Bernard, hiyo sheria hatutaitumia. So mtu asifikirie atatupeleka vile anataka. Jeshi isifikiria kwamba itatupeleka vile inataka. Polisi wasifikirie watatupeleka vile inataka, kwa sababu the moment waliua watoto wetu, wajui ile iko katika roho ya mwanadamu, kwa sababu Biblia inasema ni nani ajuae moyo wa mwanadamu? Moyo wa mwanadamu ni Mungu peke yake ndiye anajua. So wajipige kifua, wapige kelele yao, hiyo Kiingereza yao Mungu wapige, lakini wajue ya kwamba hiyo sheria walipitiza itawekwa kando. Baada hii sheria imewekwa kando, basi itakuwa hiyo sheria ile jinsi walipita walikuwa wanapigania hiyo. hiyo sheria. Ni asante Bernard, Mungu awabariki.
Asante Udumani. Masuala nyeti kweli, mabibi na mabwana, na washukuru kila mmoja.
By the way, I agree with Andumani 100% on that one. Hiyo sheria lazima tuweke kando.
Subiri kwanza, wewe ndio advocate hapa, tena una advocate sisi tuweke sheria kando. Tutakushughulikia, lakini subiri hapo hapo, tunarejea kwako. Nashukuru kila mmoja, naomba tafadhali tumakinike katika kupiga kura yetu. Tunauliza nani anapaswa kuchukuliwa hatua kwa mambo haya. Who carries the greatest responsibility for the killings that took place in Parliament? We need your response. All the question or the poll question is on YouTube, Sound Candy Talk and Sound Candy Talk live channels. And of course, we want to salute every one of you that are subscribers to the channel. When you subscribe and remain subscribed, you help us to remain ranking on YouTube. But if you only enjoy our content and you are not a subscriber, you're not a member, you don't like the video, you don't comment, you are part of why we are not ranking high on YouTube. I want to encourage us, please, let's be active and let's ensure that we do the right thing. I believe this channel stands for something that is viable and necessary for this great country. Let's please support it with all we have and all we are in ensuring that we keep growing and we keep insisting on the right way to go about sorting what has gone wrong with this great country. Thank you so much, every one of you. As before we go back to Njeremani and then engineer, ningependa tu kuleta hili. There is a video given here by Lala, which I'll be playing shortly. But in the meantime, we are still on that the BBC expose about what went down during the Gen Z protest and how innocent protesters were killed while running away from the police. And it's very sad, very painful that the people that are supposed to protect us are the ones that are killing us. I've not been able to stomach that. And it's sad that we keep repeating this. What is annoying about this is that we keep repeating it. If it only happened one instant, then we'll understand. But Kisumu massacre, Wagala massacre, we have had the JM Kariuki's death, the Tomboya death, in the current history, Msando's death. We have had the we had the 2007 post-election violence. We had the 2013, we didn't have that. 2017, 2022, 2023, the Azimio demonstration and all that. Lives have been lost in, unnecessarily. All of it is because they are protesting for better governance and better services for the masses, which is rightfully theirs constitutionally. Now, this history repeating itself and we working hard to cover up has been our unmaking. And that's why I want us to speak out clearly and insist on the right thing to be done. And so the members of parliament that are speaking about let's accept and move on, they should be marked. They should be marked and we should decampaign them. That should not go without, we should not address that with with water in our mouth. Let it clearly come out. All members of parliament who are talking about accept and move on, who are refusing to see the message in the BBC expose as a message, they are now shooting BBC and shooting the messenger. We should mark them. They are ill intended. They are evil at heart. They don't love this country and they are not there to safeguard the welfare of the future of this country. Let us treat them for what they are and be able to hold them to account. And like that is, I understand this Mandera North members of parliament. There is the Dakoredi South member of parliament. Let's mark these people. When it comes to leadership, we should weed them out. We need credible leadership in this country. We need leadership that we can rely on and depend on when it comes to them forging and fighting for the welfare of the Kenyan people. So I want us to quickly listen to what Kahariri Charles, the KDF boss, said in view of what we are saying. Don't forget, I pledge my loyalty to the President of the Republic of Kenya. And I just want us to marry these two, because this is where our problem is. We got a new constitution, but people did not get into the new constitution. People are in the new offices, but they are the old people in there. And instead of them acting according to what the law stipulates, they are still doing what is in their memory, and they are busy doing what is wherever their masters are pushing them to do, even when it is against the law and against what.
They still ask us, kijana, unaongelesha kiongozi vibaya hivyo?
Kijana unaongelesha kiongozi.
Thanks, Jeff. And as you indicated at the very start, Interior and National Administration Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen and National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah have come to the defense of the Chief of Defense Forces, General Charles Kahariri, who has kicked up a major storm with his remarks on the Ruto must go political slogan. Speaking at separate events, the two Kenya Kwanza leaders said the military chief was only referring to constitutional provisions on presidential terms. Ayub Abdikadir has that report.
In his defense of the Chief of Defense Forces, General Charles Kahariri, Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen said the general, alongside the Director General of the National Intelligence Service, Nurdin Haji, were offering informed opinions for the benefit of Kenyans.
Those two gentlemen are speaking from information. They are warning you, they are warning your country, they are warning your future. You are making social media arguments here and politicians speaking out here and there. My friend, the future of a country needs order. Otherwise, there is a reason why this country is in peace.
The CS defended General Kahariri, saying the constitution provided for legal avenues to remove a president from office.
Tukifanya elections, kuna njia ya kwenda kutoa watu kwa viti. Mtu akikosea, kuna njia ya impeachment.
Making reference to the Gen Z protests that rocked the country mid last year, Murkomen warned that freedom without limits could be dangerous for the country.
Umejiwachilia kusema Gen Z tu wanataka kuongea. Waje Gen Z waseme vile wanataka, waje wafanye vile wanataka. Hakuna kitu dunia hii. Freedom without control is dangerous for our society and for our children.
By the way, the military one.
Also speaking in defense of General Kahariri was the National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah.
CDF hakuongea siasa, alisema vile katiba inasema. Kama unataka kuondoa kiongozi kwa kiti, kiongozi yoyote, hata mbunge, ungoje wakati wa uchaguzi ama ufanye recall kulingana na katiba. Lakini wale wanaongea hayo, unajua walikuwa wameamini mwaka uliopita ati wamefaulu kupindua serikali ya William Ruto.
Elsewhere, opposition leaders sustained their criticism of the Ruto must go pushback by the general, accusing the military chief of misfiring politically.
The Kenya Defense Forces is the most respected military, not just in Africa, worldwide, because it has always been apolitical and it has remained very, very professional.
Juzi nimeona CDF mkuu wa majeshi akianza kuingilia maneno ya siasa. Wachia siasa sisi bwana. Tunakuheshimu. Jeshi ya Kenya has been very professional for so many years na imeheshimika sana.
General Kahariri kicked up a storm last Thursday when he slammed the Ruto must go slogan in remarks made at a rare public lecture hosted by the National Intelligence Service. Ayub Abdikadir, Citizen TV.
Okay, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Wanasiasa wakivuta kwao na masuala ambayo yako wazi kikatiba. Wacha nimlete engineer moja kwa moja. Engineer amejitoa mwenyewe. Pole lakini. Jakindu Bey, hali vipi?
Salama sana Bernard. Na wasalimia wote Lala Bari na Mr. M. Kwa sababu nikimuita na jina lingine huwa anakataa. Sasa wacha tu niseme hivyo. Amjambo na wasalimia wote. Wote na wasalimia Bernard. Bernard, bado nitarudi tu pale kusema kwamba vile tunajidanganya tulipata uhuru. Tulipata uhuru kwa njia gani? Njia gani? Kama bado unaweza kuona polisi wetu ambao wanatakiwa kutulinda anapiga risasi mtu ambaye hana chochote, mtu ambaye anakimbia, anaandamana tu, ati una protest, unapigwa na bunduki. Sasa tofauti ya hao na wazungu, hao tofauti hiyo na wazungu iko wapi? Mimi nataka ninyi panel mko hapa, mniambie tofauti ya vile tulipata hiyo wakati wa wazungu koloni na wakati huu. Mniambie tofauti iko wapi, kwa sababu mimi kwa maoni yangu sioni tofauti. Naona hata hii yetu tuko wakatili zaidi. Unawezaje kupiga wenzako ambao wamekuchagua? Wale wamekuchagua, unaua watoto wa wale wenzako wamekuchagua kwamba uongoza, alafu wewe uwasikilizi. Kama wanauliza kitu uwasikilizi. Unawapiga risasi, unaua, unatuma majeshi ambaye anatakiwa kuwalinda kuwaua, alafu hata investigation hakuna. Mpaka leo sijasikia investigation, hata labda ungesema labda malipo fulani, fidia, lakini hata hiyo fidia haifai. Hawa watu wanatakiwa, ndio maana hawa watu ambao wanasema wanatuongoza ati demokrasia iko wapi? Hii demokrasia ya kizungu hii, ati mzungu anatukwambia demokrasia na yeye hafanyi. Demokrasia ni kwako, lakini ukiangalia yale mambo wanafanya, wanatuuzia vitu vibaya. Hakuna, wao wanaweza kuenda mahali wakaua watu na washtakiwi. Sisi tukiwa na problem kidogo tunapelekwa The Hague. Wao wakiua watu hawapelekwi Hague. Sasa hiyo demokrasia yao ni gani ambayo sisi saa zote tumeweka kwa kichwa yetu eti kuna demokrasia? Demokrasia iko wapi? Saa zote wa Kenya wanasema hii tuko demokrasia. Demokrasia na mtu anakuja na risasi, anawatupiga risasi, anatumwagia maji kama vile South Africa ilikuwa inawafanyia weusi. Alafu hiyo mtu ananiambia tumepata uhuru. Mimi kusema ukweli siamini hata kidogo. Siamini hata kidogo. Na hawa watu wamezoea hivyo. Ukifanya mtu yoyote tu akitokea kufanya vizuri, kama kwa mfano sasa Ibrahim wa Burkina Faso na Niger na Mali wanataka kutumia mali zao, rasilimali zao. Wamekuwa dictators. Wanataka kuuawa. Wamekuwa wabaya. Na yet wanatumia rasilimali zao wenyewe. Mnasikia wengine wanaanza kusema sijui nini mimi nasema sijaona hii uhuru ambayo tunaambiwa tumepata. Mimi naona tu tuko chini ya wakoloni, na watu wetu lazima tutoe ukoloni. Hii ukoloni mambo leo kwa vichwa vyetu tutoe. ndio tusione mambo kama haya ambayo yanafanyika. Alafu sasa hakuna mtu anataka kuchukua responsibility. Responsibility lazima inasemekana, kila kitu inafikia president. Yeye ndiye alichukua ile katiba, akasema atailinda na ataifuata. Na hiyo katiba, kazi ya hiyo katiba number 1 ni kulinda Wakenya. So kama Wakenya mwenyewe ndio anawaua, hakuna haja, halindi hiyo katiba. Asante sana Bernard.
Oh, thank you Jakindube. Ukoloni mamboleo, shida yetu kubwa, tunataka tupate uhuru lakini tufunge wale ambao tunapaswa kuwa huru katika nchi yao, na hii yote inatokana na ile kasumba ya sisi kutoelewa uongozi ni nini na kusudi la uongozi ni nini. Nashukuru umeongea kuhusu Ibrahim Traore, kijana mdogo amechukua mamlaka, anabadilisha nchi. Miaka mitatu tunaona matokeo ya uongozi wake. Hapa tu tunazozana, nani mkubwa, nani mdogo, nani ana command wapi, kwa nini, na hiyo masuala yote. I mean, why should this be the case? Burkina Faso got independence when? It's the year
1960, kitu kama hiyo.
1960. What are we? Yeah, 1960. And look what they have done in 3 years. Sisi the 3 years ni kuzozana tu na kudanganya, tumetenga, tumepanga, tunakusudia, tutaleta, tutachukua, tutafanya. Lazima kitu kifanyike katika nchi hii ambacho kutakuwa na uongozi ambao unafaa. Sio serikali kwa sababu ni serikali na inalindwa hata kama ni mbaya. Tukue na ile separation of power, watu waelewe ni kipi kinapaswa kufanyika. Mkora, naona mic yako iko on, zima hiyo kwanza, tumesikia engineer kwanza. Engineer, tunahitaji maengineer katika nchi hii, watu fanyie uengineer wa siasa. Wewe ukoje?
Just 10 seconds, hata sitaki kuingilia sana. I want to say, just 10 seconds, please, bro. It's very important kabla niipoteze. We need allegiance. We need allegiance to our constitution, not to the presidency. That's all I wanted to say.
Exactly. Thank you. Engineer?
Asante sana Kenya Korak. Can you hear me? Yo? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are good to go. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, it's nice to see Mato there, Lala, and Jeremani, and Jack in Dubai, and everybody else on the sidelines there. I wanted to contribute to today's topic because it's very, very sad, like y'all have also expressed, that those people we expect for them to defend us have become our killers. I remember last year when the Gen Z movement was going on, and the police had been unable to contain everything, and that is when they brought the military. I remember the Gen Zs cheering the military when they got there. And now to hear that the same military is the one that was also involved in killing unarmed people, and they swear like Kenya Mkora. And thank you very much Kenya Mkora for saying this, because we're always forgetting about the Constitution. Just because somebody else has misused it or has misused a certain thing, it doesn't mean that you shelf it. No. And we need to get back over there and see what the Constitution says. Hawa wanajeshi, they are supposed to defend that Constitution. And defending Constitution, and actually the beginning of the Constitution, it talk about the sovereign. And Jeremiah, I remember you, when a few months last year when you were introducing a book, and I think I watched you also on Spice FM. You were mentioning about that the sovereign, and you asked me. I remember you asking me and Bernard in one of the shows back last year, to define that. The sovereign, we the citizens of Kenya are the sovereign. It doesn't matter kama wewe ni rais, kama wewe ni chief, kama wewe ni polisi, kama wewe ni jeshi ama nani. You are hata yule ambaye ako kule mashambani, pengine anataka samaki, anashika samaki ama they are cultivating potatoes or whatever it is. I don't care. Hata kama ni mtu wa boda boda, mama boga, all that. They are sovereign. They must be protected. And so wanajeshi kufanya hivyo, they destroyed the constitution. And we need to stand for it. Only that it's only after that we can now be able to move on. Jekin Dube, I get your point when it comes to neocolonialism and also democracy and all that. But some of the examples we're saying, like let's say, kama hapa US, I wouldn't say that this is really a normal democracy as defined. I think the Scandinavian countries, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Netherlands, those ones actually practice democracy the way it is supposed to be practiced. And just like I had said before, just because a system has been misused, a good system, it doesn't mean that you shelf it. No. It's a choice that we make to make these things work. We have to work to do the work. Even the Constitution, we have to defend it in everything we do. I keep on mentioning about, although it's not a perfect scenario, but it was better when Kibaki was president the first time. I remember wakati nilirudi Kenya, I almost went back because niliona watu who really knew and they were very proud and they were ready to work. The Kenyan people are very, very industrious. As a matter of fact, we are very innovative. So we need to get back to that. We need to get that thing of that we can do it. And to do that, we need to now clean up the system. I don't like going down to the 2027, to Gojek 2027. It's still, it's not something that really lands well to me. I think we should not, especially with this exposure by the BBC, we need to get back. We need to find a way of how we're going to have to change this as quick as possible. So I'm really, really frustrated. And also on the other hand, I'm also kind of encouraged because it's all these events that are going on one by one that is putting us back. Mwananchi afike pale ajirudie angalie. Because most of the people did not even vote. The Gen Zs did not vote the last election. I don't think this is going to happen next time. They're going to vote in big numbers. I'm sure that the election of 2027, if we wait that long, and of which I don't want us to, is going to have a very big number of people showing up to vote. So I'm glad about everything that's going on, and I'm glad to be part of this panel. Thank you very much. Asante.
Oh, thank you, engineer. We appreciate that. And let's keep in the struggle. We will fix this country if only we won't relent or allow ourselves to be bought to sell the country. I believe it is overdue to do away with the bad leadership and get this country taking off once and for all by getting sober people in leadership, and then, of course, getting the constitution to work. It appears that our administration, in terms of successive governments, is a coming together of, friendly thieves who can, modulate the constitution, misuse the constitution, then cover up each other, protect each other. And in the process, the skeletons are so many that now the cover-up is almost impossible to to sustain. And that is why there is an imminent falling apart of the ruling class when it comes to the new move that we are agitating for. But like it is well put, to fix this country, we must insist on the constitution and then constitutionalism, other than this parochial where we are pushed into observing traditions instead of upholding the constitution and insisting that everybody functions in their space. So the KDF, the police, the judiciary, the parliament, the executive, all of them should be constitutional, not just using the constitution for swearing in. The constitution should mean something, should be able to bite, should be able to bind, should be able to give direction on how the parliament is conducted and how parliamentarians conduct themselves. And every time they go against the constitution, there should be consequences. Of understanding mtu wetu, our tribesmen are being targeted and things like that. I think as Kenya, we need to get back to that place of ensuring that the law works. I want to thank everybody for continuing to be part of the conversation. Tuendelee kukaribishana, hiyo namba ya watazamaji ipande tafadhali. Piga kura yako kama hujapiga, subscribe kama hujasubscribe. I'll be giving official communication shortly.
Leonard, I have a question. How much did Waluke pay for him to get out of jail? How much? Lest we forget. Where is the constitution there? Na mtu akakuku ako jela saizi. Come on, guys.
Waluke is still on appeal. He appealed his nini, so when you appeal, you wanasheria watakuja kutuambia. When you appeal a case, there is how that ruling is suspended until there is a new hearing. So I don't have the records of the conclusion of Waluke's case. But you are right in terms of the law favoring a particular people, serving a particular people, and serving injustice to others. And that is inequality. Inequality has been part of our problem as a country as well. Well, now I want us to move fast. Herbert is here. But before Herbert, let's hear what this general said and how generals are supposed to be speaking, not what we are being told by Chungwa and Murkomen. Listen to this one, then we hear from Jeremani, and then we bring Herbert.
Millie. But we can come here. We can see the relics and hear the stories through the eyes and the voices of the individual soldiers who endured so much for the cause of freedom and their unrelenting devotion to the Constitution of the United States, the moral North Star for all of us in uniform. It is that document that gives purpose to our service. It is that document that gives purpose to this museum. And we in uniform are willing to die to pass it on to the next generation. In it, are the ideas and the values that make up this experiment called the United States of America. And the motto of the United States Army for over 200 years, since 14 June 1775, the motto has been, "This we will defend." And the "this" refers to the Constitution and to protect the liberty of the American people. You see, we are unique among armies. We are unique among militaries. We do not take an oath to a king or a queen, a tyrant or a dictator. We do not take an oath to an individual. No, we do not take an oath to a country, a tribe, or a religion. We take an oath to the Constitution. And every soldier that is represented in this museum, every sailor, airman, Marine, Coast Guardsman, each of us will protect and defend that document regardless of personal price.
Jeremiah.
Thank you, Bernard. Those are the idealists when it comes to military, and I believe those are the aspirations that all military or disciplined forces should aspire to. Now, having said that, I wish to refer or go back to the aspect of sovereignty because I want to tie it into what you're discussing. And I appreciate that engineer has brought it up and said this is something we spoke about and I've spoken about, and I've actually even challenged people on Sound Candid to speak about sovereignty. In my own small ways, I'm doing something about the sovereignty of the people together with others, including Kenya Mkora. But I also wish to belabor this point on the forum, that sovereignty of the people is something that we take for granted. And we take it for granted because either we don't appreciate or understand what sovereignty of the people really means, or we are still, yes, we have the Constitution 2010, but our mindset is attuned to the 1963 Constitution. And I will give you an illustration. So here we are grappling with the military and the general, who I believe right now follow very strictly the Tonje rules. Very good. The military is also a place of tradition. Very good. What the military has not done since 2010 is revisit the aspect of how does the military relate to the people of Kenya in the new 2010 constitutional dispensation. And this is what I mean by that. The military is still stuck to tradition. The military is still stuck to rank. Respect is given to people of senior rank. What the military does not know, and they still practice to date, is that the 2010 Constitution has placed the people of Kenya above everyone else. So that the expectation would be, when the military is reading its protocols, usually they would start with the commander-in-chief, president, then they'd go to the others, the service, the chief of defense forces, the service commanders, and they go down the ranks. At the end of it, then they will acknowledge the civilian authorities. Now, civilian authority and the sovereigns are two distinct people. So that even at the end of the civilian authorities, they will even place wananchi or the citizens at the bottom of that protocol. That is a misnomer, and that is something the military ought to change as a matter of urgency. The military in its protocols ought to start with the people of Kenya or the sovereigns of Kenya, then the president. then the deputy president, if speakers are there, and so on, chief of general staff, service commanders, but never should it be within the military protocols that the people of Kenya are placed at the bottom of the protocols. This is important because now I come to the police or the incident of the shooting of Kenyan people. Once you have understood that the people of Kenya are at the top of your protocols, that they rank above the president, who is the commander-in-chief, this aspect of shooting citizens will never arise because these are your bosses, these are your sovereigns. So how do you turn your guns on your sovereigns? That to me is what I say the military is still stuck to the 1963 constitution, still stuck to traditions that have been superseded by the 2010 constitution. If the military is then able to show that kind of discipline, placing the sovereigns or the people of Kenya at the top of their protocols, then there is no way you'll find police looking at Mwananchi as the bottom of the pile. You will find that the police will also be forced to observe the same discipline that the military bestows upon the people of Kenya, who are also the sovereigns of this nation. Then the police will then be forced to relook at their training programs because right now they're still stuck to the colonial mindset where they were protecting the government and not protecting the people of Kenya. The 2010 constitution changed that paradigm. They need that paradigm shift. They changed their name from police force to police service, but the paradigm that acknowledges the people of Kenya are sovereigns has not been drilled into them, even at Kiganjo, even at recruitment. And that's why for them, when they're told shoot, and they go to Angak in Narok, they will shoot the residents there because they have not been taught that these are the people who are your bosses. They believe that people who wear crowns are their bosses. And until that mindset or paradigm shift is drilled into them, then they will continue shooting at citizens. Back to you, Bernard.
Thank you, Jeremiah. That is clear enough. And that is one of the things that really are shocking in terms of we get a new constitution. It is now almost 15 years and people have not adjusted. Systems have not been adjusted to fit into that particular new system of administration, new system of operation. And then, of course, there are those who want to take advantage of the ignorance of the masses in continuing to treat people according to the old system when they are actually been freed by the new dispensation. And so we have a lot to do in terms of civic education and getting people to be aware of what needs to be done. But that's very key. The army, the police, and all other whatever government institutions must be, when we had the transition commission, what was their job? I thought they were to facilitate this, the Nyachai-led transition. They were only transisting counties and not transisting these other arms of government to apply to the new way of running the country according to the 2010 constitution. These are some lapses that are not forgivable because 15 years later, we are still operating like 1963. This country has been asleep for too long. We need to wake it up and get it to function rightly. Thank you. Nimlete Herbert, karibu tafadhali. Masaa ndio hayo.
Asante sana Bernard. Najua nimejoin late. Already mengi yamesemwa. Nitagusia tu kidogo about the BBC documentary hivi. That's a good kitu BBC wamefanya ni mzuri, pia nimeagree completely kwa sababu it's time wame kick back the conversation again. Nilikuwa nashinda ni kama our media zimeenda silent, zilikuwa gagged. Niko disappointed so kwa sababu ningependa kwanza our media, local media, at least hao ndo wangekuwa wa kwanza kutuletea such a documentary. Lakini ni unfortunate that the foreigners ndo wametuletea, but it's a big thing pia, at least the whole world iko aware what has been going in our country, kwa sababu our local investigative journalism imekufa. Nadhani wako na uoga kind of, yeah. Having said so kwa military same, I'm waiting for a statement nione kama KDF atatoa statement if they were involved or not, and if there's someone from their forces was involved. I'm yet to see that. So sijui kama wata deny ama watasema kulikuwa, cause imefika penye our country back then growing up near a military base, each time nilikuwa naona a uniform, a combat, I used to be proud of that. Some walikuwa na feel niko associate with that. Nowadays each time I see a combat nasikia tu is ni oppression. I'm just seeing oppression each time. Pia Uhuru Kenyatta tried to help with the changing the police service, forces to service, moving them outside of the camp, waishi na raia wengine. At least hiyo ilipunguza hiyo radi kwenye polisi walikuwa nayo, so wamingo na raia. Lakini back then hiyo venye mwenye ametoka kuongea ameongelea Njeregani something, amesema how they relate with the mwananchi is the problem. Hawa watu wameundio campaign separate from raia, which inawezekana pia ni mzuri kwa sababu ya quick response. Relation ya raia na our forces hayuko completely. Each time sahi tukiona if agency anaona combat, that's oppression. Imefika penye tuko so much discouraged with our forces that hata hao kwa mentality yao wameshaichukua that way, that hao ndio juu, they on top, then raia ni wa chini. So whatever, if be it a chief ama mzee wa kijiji atapeana sheria na feel like that is more power. So for you to make it to avoid any nini ya polisi, maybe kuwa na pesa. So normal mwananchi wa chini amekanyagio sana, hadi penye tunaona ni kama look how tuna flood for kujoin forces. You have to, lazima upeane kitu, kanyage pesa to get into that place. That's more corrupt way to make our forces. Hakuna mtu anaenda hapo just for and admire the discipline. Inafika penye our force inaweza enda kupiga raia na hao ndio wenye nchi, inapiga risasi hata watoto wadogo. Even the president last time alikuwa anasema mtu amepigwa risasi 6 bado anauliza kama ako hai ama you see, cause it is been normalized. One thing, leo tunaenda maandamano, the whole day watu wameuawa, the following day Kenyans behave like nothing happened. Normal, kuenda the capital is normal business. You don't see any reaction. Is like hata huwezi jua something happened the last time ilikuwa hapo. So our media pia imetu let down sana, even though the BBC si agree now sana, because there's always a motive when they push something. But apart from that, all the clips kenye wali air, it was true, na inani pain sana because zilikuwa very forward ikipishana hiyo stuff. It was very equal, kitu rahisi. Risasi zikipigwa each time juu which direction, na unatoka hapo unafika kwa nyumba safe, ilikuwa ni God. So I totally agree kenye BBC wanafanya, lakini the shida sana ni our MPs wenye wana complain about the clip. Hakuna hata any report has been done since then. Any report ilitoka kuhusu hiyo maneno yenye ilitoka tu ni ya the killing of Gen Z, kidnapping, all that. There is nothing, hakuna kitu imefanyika, hakuna any wanapenda kuweka tribunal ya kuinvestigate, nothing. Our local media, no investigative journalists, even one, tried it. I don't know, alikuwa naogopa ni adverts watanyimwa ama nini. So our forces imefika penye they have to learn, waende back, wakuwe reprogram, wajue who nani ndio sovereign kwa hii nchi, ni sisi.
Na bro,
Then
hizo tribunal wanalipwa milioni kukaa one
yeah,
sitting.
just one sitting. Na I heard walipigwa, their salary yao imekuwa bumped na 300k. I don't know ni allowance ya nini ya MPs. So that kiburi, unajua ukiona hiyo kiburi kwa hapo juu yenye our forces wako nao, ni kiburi ko very dangerous. Right now mimi nikwambia what I feel right now, like I know who I will not vote in, who I will vote out. Na mwenye nita vote in sijui. I've already made my mind that ikuwe whatever happens, najua mwenye afai kuwa, lakini mwenye anaingia sijui. And that's mimi naweza naambia ni very dangerous. Inamaanisha mimi kama mimi mmoja tu on my own, hakuna system na trust, be it IBC, whatever means. I know this game should not go back, but mwenye anaingia sijui ataingia aje, but what I know, this game is not going back, cause hakuna mtu atasimama na trust some system, be it IBC sijui Nyachae. That's a lie. Hakuna mtu atakuja kuambia right now. Nani trust imeenda wapi? Parliament hakuna trust, IBC we don't trust. That's the danger iko hapa 2027, kwa sababu there is no Kenya, I don't know other people, but me personally there is no system yenye niko na trust. Even that voting system, hakuna mtu akona trust on that thing again. So that's the fear niko nayo, kwa sababu if kama mimi na feel hivyo, sijui how many millions of Kenyans are feeling, because I know they don't care whichever means at ABC itaekwa. Obu imagine how many constituencies zenye right now hazina MPs. There was no IBC to do the election. We are almost going back to election. And then right now wanataka to create, for the first time, pole kwa watu wa baba. Baba is not complaining about IBC. Inatengenezwa tu, amenyamaza. I don't know why. Venye Bernard umesema, wameshikana pamoja mikora yote, wajipange, wajue venye watatudanganya. That's why I disagree. So, kuna watu walieko hapo kwa hiyo documentary ya BBC, I think they are pushing them like wasell something. Thank God watu waliona. I'm not going to mention any names, but kuna watu walieko hapo wenye wangefaa kuwa hata kidogo. I disagree, since ni join this talk each time huwa nakataa mambo ya activist. Activist is a tool, haiwezi kuwa good leader. So that's all, na nimefurahia to give my opinion. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Herbert. We appreciate that, and it's good for us to ventilate and pinpoint. You know, when you're doing a story, now I'm speaking as a journalist. You always have an outcome, the end from the beginning, and then you work towards that particular end. And the players are also now determined by that particular end. And so it is not just reporting because an event has taken place, but there is how that story needs to be brought out in order for what is required to be understood and appreciated by the audience is not lost in the course of everybody being allowed to speak. But the thing I like about the documentary is the scientific approach towards the substantiation of who did what where. That to me came out very neatly, and it leaves no doubt, and no wonder that is why the government is crying foul, claiming that it is a one-sided story, they did not consult the government and things like that. But it is true. Yep.
Asanteni, I just wanted to make a comment on that. Those of us who are Christians, we believe in the gospel narratives, those 4 books, because they cover the same events, but different perspective was brought in. One is like journalists looking at it from all kinds of angles. This is a case where there should have been more angles. The government side, the Kenyan media, our local media side, and others, so that all of us consumers can look at all those perspectives. But you can't argue and complain that somebody has done a good job like BBC that you don't. Why is it not? Why is it one-sided? Where is yours? So there should have been more eyes looking at what went on, so that Wananchi can have a more balanced view. Yes, I'm sure there are certain biases. We don't know why they're pushing it. The British, the BBC, they have an agenda. Of course, it's news, but also there may be other agendas. But that's why we need.
But Lala, with all due respect, this thing was started being introduced sometime mid last week, and the snippets was they said it. Why didn't you ever come back?
Kenya Mkora, if you are listening to me carefully, then you'll understand what I'm saying. There is no coverage without a certain bias. We all bring bias. You're a scientist, you know exactly that. So for us to complain.
But I'm saying they said they were going to do it, and it was actually they kind of did a snippet of it, and they said they were going to do it so that if there's anyone that has something to come back with, it started this thing. They did. They said they were going to do it on Monday, and I think they started on Wednesday last week, so that if there's anyone to come back and say, so they gave you guys time to say it. So whoever is saying that they've attacked them, they should have given something back.
Let's do this, please, you guys. Let's take it easy. Let's take it easy. Lala, let me just give this.
It is my argument. Bernard, let me say something about
that. Listen, the BBC said they contacted the authorities that were mentioned into the documentary, and the KDF, the police, the State House refused to give their part of the story.
Okay, I
so
understand.
It's not that they went on air without
addressing a separate issue.
Yes,
that is a separate argument at all. What I'm saying here is news coverage of such a magnitude should have happened from different angles. So we cannot come and complain that BBC didn't do a good job or they are one-sided. Where is yours? That's what I'm talking about. But what Mato is saying is just a different argument of what you're saying. I'm just bringing this idea that no one should complain, because look at the time this thing happened till today, and we have nothing. So we thank BBC for doing it. And they should have done theirs long time ago. The media, the local media, and whoever, the government version should have been there too, which basically is the result of some kind of investigation, which of course BBC could poke some holes in their investigation, plus local media. In other words, we need to go behind and get the full truth from the bottom of it. That's what I'm talking about. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, so thank you, Lala. And it is we are getting time bad, so let us minimize on how long we take to make our submission. Rasvik has not spoken. Jakindube only spoke once, so nataka wale watu tumeongea, let's hold our horses until we get these people to make their submission. That's number one. Number two, it is 30th of April. We need to pay our bills. We encourage all of you that support us to help us pay our bills as we continue to ensure that we the rightful perspective. And remember, we have right now we are dealing with 3 issues. Number one, the funeral of the daughter to Stony PK. I believe we are making good progress in the same. Let's not forget that. And number 2, our bills are Sound Candy Talk. And then number 3, the bills for Frank. Remember, Frank bears the scars of this particular day. We are talking about 25th of June 2024. And like I said, we took responsibility to move them to house where we are paying the rent and ensuring the upkeep, and of course, until they are able to stand on their own feet. So all of us that are given to that, let's not relent, let's not forget, because that bill remains until we pay it. We cannot wish it away. And, so tafadhali naomba tu tusilegee na tusisahau kutekeleza huu wajibu. So mwezi umeisha, tulipe bills tunapoendelea na mchakato. The details I'll be sharing in the comment section shortly on how to send your contributions. In the meantime, nataka tafadhali, let's give Rasvik ample time, make his submission, and then thereafter we'll have to make cross tier 3 hours of the discussion, and I'll be requesting to call it a day in a short while. So tafadhali, Rasvik, muda mrefu vipi?
Poa sana Bernard, asante sana. Amjambo kila mtu kwa studio na comment section. Hizi madai za BBC kwangu sio kitu geni, kwa sababu all the videos that they used have been going round on social media. Gen Zs did a good job while they were recording this video. So what BBC did, they collected all those videos and analyzed the videos and broke it down to a layman perspective, ili hata kama ujui ku-edit video unaweza comprehend until they narrowed it down to this particular police. In the past, ukiangalia kwa YouTube vizuri, our polisi wamekuwa mentioned, Gen Zs have done a good job to identify them. And BBC, explained quite well that they have reached out to the police, IPOA, the government, and, there's no any explanation, which is a typical thing in Kenya. Every regime normally, uses whichever means to stay in power or oppress the people. A few years back in Kisumu, a certain regime sent rogue individuals who were dressed like GSU police, and they were beating people up in Kisumu. And after the Kisumu incident was over, these individuals went back to their communities and they didn't have jobs to do. So they started collecting taxes and they started killing their own people. So, whenever you're in power, you need to be very careful at how you deal with your people, because it can come to bite you one day. When these youths that you're using to kill innocent people, at one point they will have nothing to do when you don't have an assignment for them, and they'll come for you. These allegations are very, very serious. At this time, we are supposed to be calling for Kindiki to resign so that an investigation can be completed, because he was the one who was in charge of interior as at that time. If you can recall, Koome, who was in charge of the police force at that time, stepped down because he was very clueless on what was going on. He was in charge of a police force, but he didn't know what the hell. If you ask him, he didn't know what the hell was happening. And I think, if I'm not wrong, if you just sit down with that old man, he'll tell you that he can't even identify those police as part of his team. And even right now, the reason I say these allegations are very serious, BBC identified a particular person in a military uniform, KDF. I won't be surprised if an investigation happens and this person is found that is not even part of our military. Even military might end up saying that huyu hatumjui. So this thing needs, BBC imeonyesha tu hii kitu wazi, maovu zile zinafanyika Kenya. So it's not something that needs to be brushed off. They have identified a particular police, ule John. sura yake unaona. You'll be surprised that in the police hierarchy he doesn't feature anywhere, but kwa hizi movement za kupiga Gen Z na kupiga wananchi, yeye ndio commander. So these things needs to be investigated, and if Ruto is found to be liable, I think he needs to be rotting at ICC or somewhere in jail, because whatever that he did or whatever that happened during his regime, it's criminal. It's not something that we should just take for granted. And I think it's a shame on our politicians who are watching this kind of documentary and giving it a blind eye. I sit down and I ask myself, like, what are they thinking? If you watch this video, you don't need to analyze too much. Those videos were live videos and they're real videos, and they've been circulating in social media. And everybody has, most people have seen most people have seen those videos before, so it's not anything new. So we just need to hold our politicians accountable so that they can follow through and hold whoever was in charge of the police force, whoever was in charge of the military on those particular events, to answer and identify these people, these individuals within their forces, so that they can be held accountable for the killings. Unless we do that, then Kenya is just a banana republic. And right now, there are so many camps that are being made coalition. And so many politicians, after they've been fired or, they've resigned and stuff like that, they joined another bandwagon. Kenyans, we need to be very, very serious while we head into the 2027 election. We are supposed to drain the swamp. If we don't drain the swamp, we'll keep recycling these individuals. Recently Malala was crying foul how UDA is not paying taxes, and he benefited from that regime. While he was benefiting from that regime, he was quiet. Saidi anajua UDA walipi taxes. Gachagua is busy crying left and right. During the Gen Z movement, alikuwa anaingia kazi, is it 5 or 6 in the morning? Yeye ndiye alikuwa anaingia kwa command center akitoa maagizo. During the ODM Azimio protest, he used to wake up early in the morning to be at the command center to command these rogue regimes. So asituletee ujinga. So anybody who has been part of these allegations, whoever he is, let's drain the swamp. Let's send new people in parliament that will address our issues, not clowns that will give such situations a blind eye and let young Kenyans perish. Over to you, Bernard.
Oh, thank you, Rasvik. We appreciate that. Let us all pull together, ensure that we fix this country once and for all. And that means our voting should not be blind anymore. I love the way Harvard said he knows who, Harvard said he knows who should go, but is yet to know who should come in. And encourage us to invest into knowing who should come in. Our voting to get rid of has been our style, and it has landed us into problems all along. When we go to vote to get rid of somebody, but we don't consider who do we bring in. This time, I want us to do both homeworks. Who are we getting rid of? How better is that person we are bringing in? I'm a Bible teacher, and in the Bible, every replacement is always better than the replaced. You notice the replacement of Saul was David. David was better than Saul. Of course, the replacement for Judas was Saul of Tarsus, who is Paul. And you see, always, if we use that pattern, the replacement of Adam was Jesus, in the sense that the replacement is always higher, better, and greater in terms of efficiency. So let's not replace one problem with another problem. Let's get keen in ensuring that people with questionable characters are not allowed into public office. We have got so many of us Kenyans, and there are so many choices we have. We must be able to educate our people and make sure that they don't make the blunder of electing anything simply because it is not Ruto. Let us ensure that we invest in securing the country by handing it over to able hands, competent hands, reliable and efficient. Jakindu Bey, kwako tafadhali, tunapoendelea na nani anatafuta admin powers, akipata basi tutaendelea na kipindi wakati mimi nang'atuka. Mimi masaa yangu kung'atuka yamekaribia. Jakindu Bey, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. Nafikiri sisi kama wana Kenya, nafikiri tuko na kidogo mimi nasema tuelewi tu maana ya kuwa huru. Maanake hatujajijua kuwa huru. Kwa sababu kuwa huru tunatakiwa tusifanye mambo kama haya ambayo ninaona tunafanya. Watu ambao serikali ambazo zinasema ati hawa ndio wamenene. Maanake ndio maana nikiangalia mtu anasema democracy. Sisi kwanza hatujui hata kuchagua. Sisi hatujui kuchambua. Hatuchambui. Tunachukua tu vitu kama tumesema tunataka democracy. Yetu wazungu wenyewe wanajua namna ya kuchambua. Hata sisi natakiwa tufikirie kwa makini. Tujue njia gani tunaweza kuchambua nayo. Ndani.
And sold it for Western and corporations, knowing that this is
Sorry, Jakindu Bey, are you still there? Jakindu Bey?
This is foreign corporations.
Ni kama Jakindu Bey mitambo yake imeleta kizaza. Naomba tu 1 second. Let's get this video out of the way as we engage. By the way, I wanted to show you the headlines for tomorrow. Unmoved by bloodshed. That is the Ruto regime.
Zimbabwe's policy is not just about living. It is a
Jakindu Bey.
Naam. Pole. Kuna kitu nilikuwa natoka.
Bas, hiyo TV yako naomba umute. Karibu, endelea na mchakato wako.
Nasema kwamba samahani. Nilikuwa nasema kwamba hii mambo ya tunasema kwamba sisi tuna uhuru, tuna demokrasia. Na yet hatuoni hiyo maana ya demokrasia. Maanake demokrasia inatakiwa mimi nafikiria kama tungekuwa tunasema tumepata uhuru, tungekuwa tunafanya vitu vyetu tofauti, lakini mimi sioni tofauti hata kidogo. Mimi ninaposema tofauti, watu wasifikiria ati nasema sasa kuna vitu ambavyo inatakiwa tusifanye. Vitu kama kupiga watu na tear gas. Hizo ni vitu za ufumba. Hizo ni vitu ambazo ni za backward. Hizo vitu hazifai. Unapiga watu wenzako na tear gas kwa nini? Kwa nini hatuwezi kuwa na namna ya kuzungumza? Kwa kama kuna shida, watu wana baraza ya kuzungumza, kusema hii kitu hatutaki. Maanake hiyo serikali ni yetu. Haiwezi kuwa tu ukisema ati hatutaki kitu fulani mnapigwa na tear gas, mtu anawapiga na risasi. Kama sasa vile hiyo documentary tunasema hiyo ambayo BBC ilifanya. Ni aibu. Ni aibu sana kusema eti sisi wa Afrika tunajitawala na unaua wenzako ambao hao wakoloni walikuwa wanatuua. Tunafuata mambo ya mkoloni tu. Yule mtu alikuwa anatutawala. Ndio tukiwa na kitu tunakimbia kwake. Kila kitu tunaenda kukopi kwake. kila kitu. Tukitaka hata barabara bado tunarudi kwa huyo tu, na yet tuko na rasilimali ambayo tunaweza kujifanyia mambo yetu wenyewe. Mimi siku zote najiulizaga hawa wengine nani alikuwa anawafanyia? Kuna watu walikuwa nani walikuwa wanawafanyia? Japani ni kanchi kadogo, nani amewafundisha kufanya hizo vitu? Nani walienda kujifunza kwa? Sisi tuko na mahali pengi pa kujifunza, lakini hatufanyi. Mimi naona aibu. Juzi nimemwona president akisema ati kuna wa China wanakuja kujenga kiwanda ndio wafuge ya kuku, badala ya kuwapatia wananchi wa Kenya, yani kuwatafutia market na kuwafundisha namna ya kufuga hizo kuku. Unaenda kuleta watu wengine wanakuja kufanya hiyo kazi hapo nyuma. Mimi hapo nasema sisi, kusema kweli, vile tunaelewa hata mambo ya economy isielewi, mambo ya biashara sielewi, kwa sababu sasa akifanya namna hiyo hao hizo pesa zo, yani kila kitu itakuwa inarudi inaenda nje, badala serikali kujua tunaweza kusaidia wakulima namna gani, kuwafundisha ndio wakulima wawe na mapato. Sasa ni jambo la aibu sana. Mimi jambo la aibu sana, ati Mchina ndiye anakuja kuletwa hapa kuja kufuga kuku, anapewa hii ni jambo la aibu sana. Mimi sielewi vile tunavyoelewa. Manake ndio maana nasema inafaa tufanye mambo yetu wenyewe, hata kuchaguana hii ambayo tunaambiwa ati hii ni demokrasia, tunafuata mzungu. Yetu wao wanajua kuchuja, sisi hatujui kuchuja. Mtu tu anatokea msema amekuja anatoa mchango ya kujenga kanisa, ana ya basi ya shule, mnasema huyu ndio tunachagua, huyu ndiye anapenda maendeleo. Mnachagua hata kama ni mwizi ameiba hizo pesa, tunachagua tu mtu ambaye hafai, ambaye hata akiwa huko bungeni asemi, hakuna kitu wana nani, hakuna. Ni watu wa kufuata tu president na kuimba kama vile president anaimba, wanaimba. Yet wanaambiwa lazima afanye nini? Awakilishe constituency yake. Hata constituency yake anasahau, anafikiria asipoimba wimbo wa president atatolewa kwa ubunge. Ubunge huwezi kutolewa. Ukishachaguliwa mbunge, president hawezi kukutoa hata kama unampinga, hawezi kukutoa. Lakini watu wetu wanafikiria hiyo ni kwamba lazima waimbe wimbo wa president. Ni jambo la aibu sana. Kwa hiyo mimi naomba Wakenya tubadilishe mawazo yetu, tubadilishe, kwa sababu hata sisi wenyewe bado tuna hiyo nani ya kikoloni, kwa sababu hatuoni yale mambo ambayo tunafanyiwa, yale mambo ambayo yanafanywa ambayo inatakiwa tuyakatae. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, thank you Jakindube, we appreciate that. Basi tujifunze kabla tujachelewa. Alexo, your connection, your device is not well connected. Naomba urekebishe. Restart your gadget so that if you can get me, restart your gadget so that you can flow free in making your submission. Shortly, let's listen to this and then Mukora can come.
Captain Ibrahim Traore has just made history by launching his own line of aircraft, vehicles, and smartphones, sending shockwaves through the global market. His bold move to position Burkina Faso as a tech and manufacturing powerhouse has sparked major backlash from Western leaders and corporate giants, including Donald Trump and Elon Musk. The newly unveiled Traore Tech conglomerate is set to produce Burki Air, Africa's first domestically built aircraft, designed for military and commercial use. Faso Motors, a locally manufactured electric and fuel-powered vehicle brand. Sahel Phone, a secure, high-performance smartphone free from Western tech influence. Speaking at the grand launch, Traoré declared his mission to end Africa's dependency on Western-made technology, stating, "For too long, Africa has been a consumer, not a creator. Today, we take back control of our industries, our resources, and our future." However, this game-changing development has not been welcomed by everyone. Elon Musk, the billionaire behind Tesla and SpaceX, reportedly sees Traoré's move as a direct challenge to his dominance in electric vehicles and aerospace. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is said to be furious over the rapid rise of an African leader challenging Western economic control. Sources claim Trump is pressuring allies to place sanctions on Traoré's businesses, citing unfair competition. Despite these threats, Traoré remains defiant, promising to expand his companies across Africa, creating jobs and ensuring the continent no longer depends on foreign corporations. His supporters hail him as a modern-day African revolutionary, while critics warn that his actions could trigger global economic tensions. Will Traoré's bold vision succeed, or will Western powers try to shut him down? One thing is certain: the world is watching, and Africa's time has come. Stay tuned for more updates.
Mkenya Mkora, kazi kwako. Okay, inaonekana Mkora amenyakuliwa. Basi nimlete Lala.
Let someone go ahead. I need 2 minutes.
Okay, let me just play this video there.
Is 2025. BBC Africa Eye released Blood Parliament.
He's caught in the stampede, and we lose him. Ademba's right. Somebody's going to die. What just happened? Behind the smoke, 3 bodies remain.
A documentary that sent shockwaves across Kenya and the continent of Africa. It lays bare the brutal crackdown on the June 2024 Gen Z protests, where young Kenyans faced live bullets for opposing the finance bill. At least 39 lives were lost, and the perpetrators hid in plain sight until now.
All it takes is one little click.
This is a story of a nation's pain, a youth's defiance, and a damning truth that demands justice. The Finance Bill 2024 ignited fury across Kenya. Proposed by President William Ruto's government, it aimed to raise $2.7 billion through taxes on essentials like bread, sanitary pads, and internet data. Public hearings showed 70% of Kenyans opposed to it.
To suspend hiyo finance bill kwanza, iende watu wa Kenya watoe zile vipengele zenye wa Kenya wataki, alafu tuende kwa discussion ili mambo iendelee. Kama sio hivyo, tuendelee na ile finance bill yenye ilikuwa ya 2023-2024.
Gen Z, armed with smartphones and hashtags like #RejectFinanceBill2024, organized protests on social media, free of political or ethnic divides. By June 18th, peaceful marches filled Nairobi, Eldoret, and Mombasa, demanding the bill's withdrawal.
Mimi nimeambia wabunge wenzangu, tukirudi bungeni, kwa sababu nimeona pia media yote iko hapa, mujue ya kwamba hii kitu sisi tutapitisha. Na nilisema na nirudie, serikali haishindwi. Mimi kama chief whip kule bungeni nitahakikisha hii kitu ya finance bill imepita.
The government dropped some taxes, like a 16% levy on bread, but protesters wanted the entire bill scrapped. On June 25th, The protests turned deadly. After MPs passed the bill, 3,000 to 4,000 protesters stormed the parliament in Nairobi, smashing windows, stealing the ceremonial mess, and setting parts of the building ablaze. Police responded with live ammunition, killing at least 19 in Nairobi alone, according to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. President Ruto called the protests treasonous and deployed the military, vowing a full response. But human rights groups including Amnesty International condemned the police for using live bullets on unarmed crowds. Wanjeri Nderu of the International Society of Human Rights said it felt like, quote and unquote, we were at war. The Kenya Human Rights Commission reported 73 deaths, including Abdi Kadir, Rex Kanyike Masai, Ibrahim Kamau, Kennedy Onyango, Evans Kiratu, Eric Shieni, and David Chege. Most were in their 20s, dreaming of a better Kenya. A protester shot in both legs was filmed screaming, "I haven't done anything wrong. They shot me for nothing." Families still search for their loved ones abducted during the chaos. The Kenya Medical Association reported 31 injuries, 13 from live bullets. BBC Africa Eye, renowned for exposing atrocities like Sudan's Khartoum massacre, took on blood parliament. For months, they sifted through 300 protester videos, eyewitness accounts, and forensic evidence. Using open source intelligence like geolocation and video verification, they pieced together the truth behind the bloodshed, despite official silence. Their work builds on a legacy of impact. Past documentaries led to a codeine ban on Nigeria and exposed to war crimes in Cameroon. Now, they have turned their lens on Kenya's darkest day.
There's no doubt some of these shots hit David and Erickson. Meaning this man is the one who fired them. But how do you track a man with just a photo of his back? Look at the uniforms. Different weapons. Different body armor. Riot shields. Headgear. And in his case, an upturned neck guard. His features single him out in a video shot a minute later. A perfect match. He keeps his back turned in this one too. All except for one little click. Before he opened fire, he made sure to hide his face.
Blood Parliament delivers damning evidence, released on April 28, 2025.
It starts with the protesters leaving Parliament.
My name is Faith Odhiambo, and I'm the president of the Law Society of Kenya. The video is very clear. It shows that the protesters were walking out of Parliament, and when the shooting starts, they were all running out.
As a reminder, Eric's here, in his yellow gloves. We lose him for a moment, but pick him back up as he reaches the exit. A last flash of his yellow gloves, and then Eric goes down. Now we've got the gunshot. We can get the shooter. At first, the bedlam obscures any clues. Then this man steps into frame. He's just 25 meters from Eric. And there's no question where his rifle's pointing.
It identifies police officers who fired live rounds, violating human rights laws.
His uniform. A white shoulder patch, a matte green helmet, tan boots, and a solid stock rifle. Perhaps that's enough. Same helmet, same boots, and a solid stock rifle. And the shoulder patch? Were he the shooter, it'd be on his other shoulder, which he shows in this video shot seconds later. There. Our suspect wasn't there by mistake. He was working for someone. So the last question is, who? The answer lies in these. Taken 7 minutes after the killing. The squad's moved, but our suspect's still with them. There he is, and there's his badge. But is it white? Boost the natural color. Black, red, and green too. Only one part of Kenya's security forces officially wears this when deployed domestically: the army.
It also uncovers abductions, with some victims found dead. BBC Verify confirmed excessive force through dozens of videos matched to Google Street View and local reports. The documentary names perpetrators, expressing coordinated crackdown, even linking one of the killers to the army. Kenyans on X erupted. Christian Della posted, "If we don't get justice after this, we don't have a country." The teaser shared on April 25th promised to unmask those hidden to the world, sparking global outrage. The documentary has reignited demands for accountability. The Independent Policing Oversight Authority is probing 4 officers already, but witnesses fear coming forward. The Law Society of Kenya and Human Rights Watch call for an international tribunal. President Ruto vetoed the finance bill on June 26, 2024 and promised dialogue.
Let me tell you, Joe, members of parliament are representatives of the people, elected. They are not fools and they are not mad. And I want to say, one day, Kenya will know that the MPs who voted yes are the true heroes of Kenya.
But protests persisted, demanding systemic reforms. A July 7, 2024 vigil honored the fallen. Catholic bishops and the UN urged restraint, but trust in police remains eroded, especially as Kenyan officers lead a mission to Haiti. Blood Parliament is a gut punch to Kenya's conscience. It reveals a generation's courage and a system's failures. Available on BBC News Africa's YouTube channel, this damning expose challenges Kenya to act. Will justice prevail, or will impunity reign? The youth, undeterred, keep fighting. This is Kenya's turning point.
So unless the policies are changing, unless they actually see what we're saying and why we're on the street, it will keep on coming, yeah?
Gen Z like accountability. Oh, yeah. You promised us this and you're not delivering. Why? We need to hold you accountable. So it is definitely not a floating moment. Once we're done with this, definitely talking about recalling MPs, and yeah, let's see how that's gonna go.
Newsroom, Maisha TV.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that flashback helps us recap the story. And Alexio seems to have technical hitches with his gadgets, so he will not be able to take over the show. I want us to wrap up as we call it a day. So we start with the, I think, Jeremiah. Jeremiah is still there.
Yes, Bernard, I'm still here. I thought I would be off, but I've been able to juggle my things as I listen in. So yeah, this is closing remarks, I believe.
Yeah, whatever you have left, just make it part of that.
Brief. All right. So in summary, BBC for me has done us a good job, has opened our eyes to what analysis of events, especially mass crowd events, can be. Good job to BBC. Thumbs down to parliamentarians, because as much as BBC has opened our eyes and their eyes to what they ought to be looking at and focusing on, they still want to hide behind myopia. They still want to insist on doing things, could I say, kienyeji style. They still want to defend positions that they hold that go against the sovereignty of the people. So thumbs down to the parliamentarians. This was supposed to be an opportune moment for them to say, wait a minute, how comes we were not able to pick this out? How comes we were not able to set up our own inquests other than what the documentary has provided us? How comes we were not ahead of this curve that a media station is the one bringing it to our attention? Instead, they focus on attacking that media station. So thumbs down to them. To the citizens of Kenya, sovereignty of the people. We need to move away. We now need to advance from talking about sovereignty or theorizing about sovereignty to applied sovereignty. We need to see sovereignty in action. We need to practice it. It's like making a resolution, given the 2010 constitution analogy. It's like making a resolution at the beginning of the year that you want to go to the gym. So you buy videos about workout and you watch all the videos about what exercising is about. But until you go to the gym, all you will have done is watch videos about exercising. So we need to stop talking about sovereignty and start acting and practicing sovereignty. Only then can that dream become real. Then finally, I want to thank all the panelists. I've really learned a lot from the discussion and the points that you've shared. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Asante sana Jeremiah, and this is not the end of this, it's just the beginning. So the conversation will continue in the subsequent programs. So let's keep vigilant and let's occupy our space as Kenyans. Mkenya mkora? Mkenya mkora upo au? Naomba tumsikilize, tuanze na Harvard. La atakuwa wa mwisho akitufungia na maombi. Harvard?
Yeah, asante sana Bernard. Yangu tu ni kusema that above all we should put God first. We pray for Mungu atupe leader, not to kutupunish but kutubariki. Hiyo ingine ni nashukuru sana BBC for exposing our local medias. Walikuwa wamelala, wamecowered out wakati tulikuwa tunahitaji the most. Kazi yao ni kupush tu vitu za upuzi huku, propaganda za wanasiasa. So we keep on educate everyone, kila mtu ajue what is ahead of us. Tunapigana na a very big force, so kila Mkenya ajiarm na information, jua kila kitu, jua leader una aspire unatafuta, na wakati wa oppression ndio wakati tunapata good leaders. When we are times ni hard, that's when good leaders wanapatikana. So if you're out there and you feel that unaweza fanya kitu kwa your community, don't be shy, toka. You never know, you might be our next mtu anaweza tusaidia kwa hii situation. So push on na mbarikiwe sana. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Herbert. We appreciate that, and the struggle continues. Let's take charge and chart the way forward. If we don't shine the light on the path, we may not get people to join us on that particular path, and so let's ensure that we play our role. Before I bring in Rasvik and then Lala, just a reminder, the details on how to support the funeral of the daughter to Stony PK is in the WhatsApp group. Those of us who belong to the WhatsApp group, you will get the details there. And in case you don't belong to the WhatsApp group, I'll share the details in the comment section. Please let's respond to this as soon as possible. And then, of course, also encourage us to help us keep our studio running by helping us pay our bills. Tunawaomba tafadhali tusilegee hapo. And then, of course, taking care of Frank. If we are talking about June 25th, Frank should be featuring in our mind. And of course, his support is important. So tuhakikishe rent yake imelipwa and his upkeep is taken care of, ndio aendelee na masomo. We hope to win him off that in the next 3 or 4 months. So naomba tujitahidi katika kutekeleza hayo. And then of course, Sound Candid Talk will be here to secure everyone in the proper understanding of the political situation. Mtufuate kama mko TikTok, mtufuate kama mko Facebook, na vivo hivyo subscribe, na saidia mtu wa subscribe. Kuna watu bado wanatutafuta, hawajui kule tuko kwa sababu ya ile itilafu tulikuwa nayo ya channel kuwa hacked. So saidia mtu atupate ili tuendelee kujumuika na kujifunza moja kwa mwingine. This is not over. This is just part 2. Will be in the next show. We'll still be looking into the same thing because there's something wrong, especially with our structure of governance, as Jeremani has pointed out. And it is shocking that when we are doing the transition into the new constitution, we left behind important institutions like the army, the police, the executive, it is crazy in this country on how people can take advantage of ignorance and capitalize on it. Just like in 2017, 2022, the revelations that are coming out by Willis, the elections are supposed to be done on the 5th year, not after 5 years. And so it appears when people notice there is something that the public doesn't know, they sit on it and just allow it to, get out of hand. And that is a bad way, especially when you're doing that as a leader. Vic, take it, please.
Asante sana Bernard. So what BBC has exposed is not much of a difference by what Gen Zs have been doing. They've just exposed to the world that Kenya is a crime scene. And it's a very serious crime scene whereby the so alleged men from the military are also being part of ground control, and they're killing their own people, which is a very, very serious crime. So, I urge Kenyans to stand up and, start by pushing for resignation of Kindiki. He was the one who was in charge as at that time. So he needs to step aside and answer to those allegations. Until he's cleared, he shouldn't be anywhere in any public office because, he was the head of that. He was the head of Interior Cabinet. Also, our MPs, they also need to get serious. They need to hold the president accountable. These are serious crimes that should just be ignored. There's serious allegation whereby if Ruto is found to be guilty of using the military to kill his own people, needs to be held accountable at the highest order. Recently, I had somebody, instead of fighting for the rights of wafanyikazi, he was busy fighting Gen Zs on social media. I don't know if that is what the workers elected him for. In another platform a few months ago, I asked for the Kenyan workers to tell me what Atuoli has done for the workers since he was appointed or he was elected, or I don't know if he gets elected or what criteria they use. And apparently I've not gotten any answer from wafanyikazi wa Kenya. So maybe Bernard, you need to have a special program one of these days so that we discuss the workers' right in Kenya, if they're really being addressed by this man who is busy fighting social media. You know, those are not part of the reason why workers elected him. He is supposed to be fighting for workers' rights, not fighting Gen Zs. And Gen Zs now, I think you're starting to form the majority of workforce in Kenya. It's about time that you need to send this person packing. You know, he's not good for the Kenyan workforce. I don't recall, you know, ever since I was a little boy, he was the Secretary General. I became a man, now I'm almost becoming a grandfather. He's still the Secretary General, but I don't recall. I worked in Kenya for maybe a year or two. In that span, I don't recall anything he did for me particularly. The other years that I've worked outside, I've been following Kenya closely. I've not seen anything that is done for Kenyans. So, you know, anybody who is trying to fight social media or who is trying to fight people's right, Murkomen was opening his teeth this week, you know, trying to threaten people about their rights that needs to be minimized. I don't think that is the work of the cabinet secretary. He needs to focus on his job than threatening people. So these are people that Kenyans needs to request so that they need to step aside from public office as we review this BBC. Other than that, I want to thank everybody in studio and also everybody on the comment section. Santeni sana.
Okay, asante sana Rasvik. Thank you so much for that. And not only Kindiki, but also, what is his name? Duale was the Minister of Defense at that time.
Yes.
And this was coming for the army and how the army got into this fracas. And then, of course, I think the long deception has been on because of the same. The reason why investigations have not been done probably is because of these long stretched abductions that went on over and over and over. So we followed the abductions and forgot the outcome of the shootings at Parliament. And probably that was part of the government machinery to try and deviate people's attention from raising questions. And I think, according to them, they had moved on. They had covered up everything. They thought they'd get away with it. And so when this came up, now they have a lot of crisis management to do, which in my opinion is too late. They should just rise up, own up, ask for what Kenyans can do, whether they forgive them or not. But going forward, we need a government that is responsible, a government that serves the people and seeks the interests of the people, not protecting people in their evil. Thank you. Reverend Lala, over to you now.
Thank you, Bernard. Ras, Germany, Mkenya Mkora, and na wenzangu ambao wako nyuma. My closing remarks are, number one, it is a sad day to be reminded of the failure of our system and the people that have been hurt the most, the people sacrificed. themselves. It's a reminder that all of us who stood for truth and asked our young people to go out and protest for their right and fight for their future, fight for their country. To an extent, we have betrayed the cause of freedom, and failed because our voices have been silent. We've almost accepted the status quo and back to where we can make deals and do our own thing. But thank God that there are those in the BBC who are still looking at what really happened and were doing something behind the scene. It's a time when we thought our government was working, parliamentarians and others, and that it would surprise us with the findings, what they have done, how they are going to help the nation heal and begin to even to heal. But it's so sad that what we are seeing here is a group that is fighting even the very truth, the reality that happened to our people, to our kids, killed and with assassin bullets in their brains and buried, and the families are still struggling to survive, to come to terms with the idea that their loved ones are gone, spouses that will never see their spouses again, those that have been maimed psychologically, trauma, that live with it every single day for the rest of their lives. People's lives have been changed forever. I happen to work with trauma victims, and some of my clients are almost 90 years old. I just buried one the other day. This was a Korean fight, somebody who fought there, but has struggled with PTSD till the day of their death. And a memory of this man, I planted a tree in Homer Bay in memory of this African-American soldier who had suffered so much because of trauma. And our kids, our young people, who will never be normal for the rest of their lives. Yet there's a group of people in parliament deciding that we can move on without answering these questions. And to all of us who fought for what we thought was a fair government, we wanted things to change. We inspired those young people to go and fight for their right, and they died. We all bear the blame if we don't fight, if we don't stay in the front line and seek answers to these questions. I reminded of a mother in Luanda, Western Kenya. So that woman buried 2 sons. I was in that funeral because these sons who are jobless did nothing but to go out and fight for their right, and they ended up, killed by the police who were supposed to protect them. Until today, none has been brought to books. I went to Kagana, I went to Kendu Bay, I went to others, and I saw those bodies going down their tomb. None of those police, those who killed these people, have been brought to books. So when the BBC comes out and do a documentary, which our people should have done if we really respect the Constitution, if we really, honor our people, then every life is important. Every life of Kenyan is as important as the other. You see, if you take 1,000 notes, Kenyan note, I don't know whose picture is on that note now, but if you put it in water, if you step on that note, if you even made it so dirty with anything else, that note, that bill, okay, will still remain 1,000 Kenyan shillings. A life of Kenyans does not change because they are poor. because they don't have anything. That life is as important. But these people are behaving as if some lives are not as important. Let's move on as if they are not of any value at all. But the Constitution gives value to every Kenyan, we the people. Thank you, Jeremiah, for reminding us that it is we the people that come first. The sovereignty of the state is invested in we the people. We are the one that created this constitution. We are the one that owns it. Every life is important. And this is a time when Kenyans should be able to affirm the life of a Kenyan. And look at what is going on. To our legislative branch, to the executive, to the judiciary and others, you failed us totally. Failed us totally. At the fourth estate, the same thing. You failed us. Thank you, Britain, for doing this, because there should have been 4 or 5 different reports at this time that we work with. Everyone should have done their part. They should have had a report, and different department, governmental department with the investigative power should have done something. But have they done anything? No. We have failed, and we have failed. May God help us. Those are my words, and I think we can have a prayer. Pray for the nation, that God may have mercy on us. And thank you, Bernard, for your work, and all of you that support this channel. And may God bless all of you. Let's pray. Father, we thank you. We stand with Stone PK this time of loss. We ask of your grace to be upon him and the family, Lord, for this loss. It's not easy to lose a child. And Father God, wherever they are, may your warm love, your embrace reach out to them, to let them know that we care and that you care for them. Lord, we pray that you give them things that money cannot buy, connection and peace and safety and all those things that are necessary, that are needed, that his body can come back to Kenya for burial. We ask your blessing, oh God, upon them, my Father. Comfort them, my Father. Give them peace, oh God. And those that are going through a tough time in the nation at this time, those with griefs and those with illnesses, whatever it is, Father, you can comfort a nation. And we want to pray for the nation, Lord, as an entity, Lord. Lord, you are the one who's put us together for a purpose, that we may experience your goodness. May you help us, Lord. May you allow us to have 3 branches of government that are functional, that the people can be ministered to, and the people may know that there's a God in heaven who cares for what they do and how they live, what they eat, and who they are. Give us leadership, Lord Father God, and help us change our thinking, Lord, that all of us may have critical thinking, Lord, and be able to see things together and collectively, my Father God, and also analyze them, Lord, in a way that will allow us to remain a united nation, a caring nation, a loving nation. Father, we ask your blessing upon us, my Father, and we come against the forces of darkness in the name of Christ. Father God, you will deliver us and give us victory. Those who have lost their loved ones, be with each one of them, my Father. Thank you for Bernard, and thank you for this forum that you put us all together. Thank you for everyone that contributed today, and those that are supporting this work, that Father, you continue to bless us. We honor you and thank you, Father, as we go from our various homes, sleep and work. May you dismiss us with your grace. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Reverend Lala. Thank you, Jeremiah.
Amen.
Thank you, Rasvik. Amen. And thank you, Tuni. Thank you, everyone who has contributed towards the success of the show today. Jakindu Bay, Kenya Mkora, nimemuona nani mwingine hapa. Liz, of course, Queen Tex. Asante sana, Esther Stoll kama kawaida. David Ambano, of course, Undumani. Asante sana. Naomba tafadhali tufungie hapo, tukutane tutakapokutana, lakini tunapo sign out, kumbuka majukumu yetu matatu. Swala la Stony PK, nimepeana hizo details hapo kwa comment section. swala la kusupport channel, kununua tokens na kuhakikisha kwamba tunakuja bila kukosa kufika, please tusaidie. And then of course swala la kumshughulikia Frank, hata tunapozungumzia masuala haya tuko na mmoja ambaye alikuwa katikati ya haya mambo yote, akajeruhiwa, kwa neema ya Mungu akapona. Sasa ni jukumu letu kumsupport mpaka awe na uwezo wa kujisimamia. Tafadhali tusilegee, naona wengine ni kama tumeanza kurudi nyuma. Naomba tujitie nguvu na tujisongeze ili let's not let the young man down or the grandmother begin to pressurize them. Let them enjoy their liberty for a while, and I believe they'll be able to be grateful for what we are doing, and I think God has great reward for each one of us. So let's keep at it, and then of course hakikisha Sound Candy Talk wewe ni subscriber, wewe ni follower na unafuata kila kipindi. Tusaidie pia kupata mtu wa kusubscribe ili tujumuike pamoja kujifunza. So maybe tonight, which is already is morning in Nairobi, Kenya. So tonight we'll be looking at what Rasvik brought about, hiyo story ya Atuoli. Since we are anticipating Labor Day, hiyo inakuanga holiday ya Atuoli. Tutachambua, tuambie ni nini amefanya na ni kipi kimebadilika tangu akue hapo 24 years, na inaonekana wanasema ngatuke, wengine wanasema hakuna mahali anakwenda. We'll also be looking at that as we continue to ventilate on this matter. Thank you very much. God bless you. Tukutane tutakapokutana. Tonight, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a lot is taking place so fast. Therefore, everybody must work hard to stay on the cutting edge as far as making sense of our politics is concerned, and of course, remaining on top of all matters. Tonight, this is Sound Candy Talk Live. 72 people have cast their vote already, and only 42 have liked the video. Justified. So from the look of things, the majority of Kenyans think the government need to up their. Glad to report we are back on the main channel as well, and therefore we are asking everybody to join from wherever you are. Sound Candy Talk.
Marriage is one of life's most monumental decisions. It's not just about the wedding day or the ring, it's about committing your heart, mind, and soul to a lifelong partnership. But here's the big question. Are you really ready? Introducing Are You Marriage Ready? By Bernard Ngozi, a transformative ebook designed to guide you in building a successful and fulfilling union. This essential resource delves deep into personal growth, compatibility assessment, and the true meaning of marriage beyond the fairy tale. Learn how to reflect on your values, develop emotional resilience, and evaluate your relationship to ensure compatibility. This book opened my eyes to areas I needed to work on and helped me see my relationship in a new light. Jessica M. Available now for just $5. Are You Marriage Ready? Is accessible on all major platforms. Don't miss this opportunity to prepare yourself for one of life's most beautiful journeys. Follow the link in the description below to download your copy now. Empower your future. Embrace a fulfilling marriage now.